Davidson County as well as Randolph County, into parts of Alamance County as well as Montgomery County. And so we're going to be dealing with impacts, significant impacts, especially across the southern tier of our viewing area. So northern portions of the viewing area, we're looking at a 1/4 inch to maybe 1/2 inch of some of that freezing rain as well. So that's all things that we need to keep in mind as we go through this event, is we will see significant impacts from freezing rain. Whether you get a 1/4, whether you get a 1/2, there's a big difference. One's a catastrophic ice storm, one is a significant ice storm. There's very little difference. We start to see major impacts as we start to get to 1/2 inch. Now, if you don't want this scenario, here's what you root for. You root for that sleet having a longer stay in the triad versus the freezing rain having a longer stay. We want that sleet to start as late as possible tomorrow, because that will limit the amount of freezing rain that we will see, because ice does bring impacts. So let's start here at 1/10 of an inch of ice. We're talking a light glaze on everything: trees, power lines, slick spots, on sidewalks and roads. You want to be careful walking, and you definitely want to be careful driving. When we put ice between you and your tires, that decreases the friction that keeps you attached to the road. So as you start decreasing the friction there, or what we call the coefficient of static friction, that would be the physical term for it, you are going to start sliding and start not having as much maintaining control of your vehicle as you might otherwise. That's already with a light glaze of ice, and we're going to definitely see, I don't see us really getting 1/10 of an inch of ice and that's it. I think we're going to get closer to this next category, which is a 1/4 inch of ice, which becomes problematic. We're talking coating on windshields in cars. It's hard to open your car doors. By the way, I saw something on social media. If you try to open your car doors, try to push in before you pull. Don't just try to pull on it. You might break it. In fact, I think that was a package that we ran. So you can probably find it on our website. But you want to kind of push in and then pull, instead of just pulling on your door, because you could break it. And we don't want that to happen. At a 1/4 inch of ice, it is going to be tough to stop on the roads. I mean, it's already going to be tough when we have a glaze across everything and over everything. Now we're starting to talk trees and power lines starting to fail. And so we are going to talk about the impacts that we could see from that with a 1/4 inch of ice, which I think is a good chance for a lot of us across the triad to see, unfortunately. Now, if you do live further to south, you're going to see those better chances of maybe crippling ice storm, or at least the most amount of ice from this event. By the time we get to 1/2 inch of ice here, I think I'm high. Oh, there we go. The 1/2 inch is high enough that I'm not covering it up. Widespread tree damage, power line damage, widespread power outages that could last for days. Roads completely impassable, no travel. I love that point. That's exactly how it's going to be tomorrow, whether or not we get a 1/2 inch of ice. The roads are going to be completely almost impassable and just very slick. You want to let the road crews do their job and to get those roads drivable again. And we could have a very messy commute going into Monday, depending on what we see fall. Is it a bunch of sleet? Is it freezing rain? What accumulates? What gets compacted on there and becomes slick? And then what melts and refreezes? I mean, those are all things we're going to have to watch. Power outages could last for days. I can't stress that enough. We could see power outages that not only last this weekend, but go into next week and potentially into several days next week. Now, there's some cool new technology that I know Duke Energy has employed with several lines now underground, and then also being able to kind of reroute power to certain areas, and the self-healing that they have on their line. So this is all going to be put to test, and we need to plan for the worst, but expect and hope for the best, basically. So plan for the worst, hope for the best. We want that sleet to last for a longer time, because again, power outage risk is going to definitely be on the higher side of things as we go into our Sunday night and into our Monday. Now you see winds on there. I have 30-mile-an-hour wind gusts. That is possible into our Monday. So you could see a scenario where we see the freezing rain fall, accumulate on objects, a 1/4 inch to maybe 1/2 inch or more, and that's going to start to weigh down those power lines, weigh down the trees, and let's say they survive, right? They don't start knocking out power. Now we're going to add a 30-mile-an-hour wind gust, very strong winds coming through, starting to move the trees and power lines that have all that weight on it. That could be just enough for the straw to break the camel's back and for us to start losing power. So don't be surprised if we lose power. Maybe you didn't lose power, and then we go into Monday, we start seeing these winds with the Arctic front pushing in more cold air, by the way, that you could see those power outages start to pop up again, just because trees that maybe survived, now with the wind and the weight of the ice, they're kind of throwing in the towel and starting to fail, and we're starting to see those branches fall onto power lines, taking out more power. So that is something we'll have to watch out for as we go from Sunday night into Monday. I think that's the greatest power outage risk for us there. Here is your timeline again. Once we start getting all of this dry air taken care of, we'll start to see the sleet fall, and it'll continue to fall as we go kind of overnight tonight into the morning hours tomorrow. At some point, we will see that freezing rain take over, and that'll be the primary weather maker, if you will, as we go into our Sunday. Dangerous travel is expected. Could be hazardous already tonight. And then as we go into our Sunday and Monday, we're going to continue to see high dangerous travel, high impacts. Then as the ice starts to accumulate on objects, we are going to start to see those power outages increase. And that could be late Sunday night and into our Monday morning for that. So that's the impact timeline. It is going to be a very messy weekend. And like I said, hopefully you're home watching us and keeping yourself nice and warm. You don't have to worry about losing power tonight. That's something that could be an issue as we go into the day tomorrow, again, depending on how much freezing rain that we do see with this type of system. Now, this type of system is very unique because it set itself up with a very certain type of pressure setup, like at the surface. And then we're also going to see the impacts kind of upstairs in the atmosphere. Now, a lot of times why your Apple weather app is incorrect and still calling for 16 to 20 inches of snow is because if it sees the surface temperature below 32 degrees, it's going to assume all of the moisture is snow, and that's not true. As we go upstairs into the atmosphere about 5,000 feet, we are going to start to find that warm air increasing itself in depth. So that'll start taking the little flurries around, or if we see a burst of snow, you'll start to see more sleet because the warm air is already working its way across the triad right now, upstairs, above your head, about 5,000 feet. So if you want to warm up, if you can get yourself to about 5,000 feet, you'll definitely see and find warmer temperatures, much warmer temperatures, and all of that warm air aloft kind of being lifted by the dome of cold air is really what's creating our system. So you can see high pressures across the northeast. As we go into our Sunday morning, we're still seeing that northeast to easterly wind that's keeping us cold. Meanwhile, at the same time, across the Gulf Coast, we're watching an area of low pressure move across the Gulf Coast with its attendant front, and that's providing moisture. That moisture streaming up into the triad. We also have moisture being provided from the Gulf as we go upstairs in the atmosphere. So you can see that swings through as we go into our Sunday. Things then quiet down and cool down significantly as we go into our Monday afternoon. So we're talking very, very bitterly cold temperatures, especially into Tuesday, where we could see single digits in many locations. And so that's something you need to prepare for. I talked about what's going on upstairs. Here is kind of an illustration of that. What you're looking at is water vapor. We're using satellite. We're telling it to look at the wavelength that water vapor in the atmosphere shows up, and it's giving us a picture. Anything in white or blue especially, is going to be significant moisture. So the one thing that we could see that works in our favor is this system that's moving across Louisiana right now. You can see the vigorous thunderstorm activity. Let me get my little pointer here. you can see the vigorous thunderstorm activity moving across Louisiana, southern Mississippi. Some of this may zap some of the moisture that's trying to stream up north of the Triad. So that could be temporarily, at least, starting to kind of limit the amount of moisture that's pouring up over us. I will say it is not starting to see some of that as well move across the Triad. So we will continue to see some of those impacts there, maybe from that coastal low zapping some of the moisture, holding it back from coming up so quickly up into the Triad. So that might be another reason why we're not seeing it, starting to sleet quite at the moment. But as that thunderstorm activity starts to die down, you can see it even over the last couple of hours. You can see it was vigorous, and now what's happened, right? If you look at it towards the end of that loop, it's not impressive at all, which means now the moisture is going to be able to start streaming more efficiently from the Gulf over to the Carolinas. And moisture from the Gulf is what? Not cold, it's warm. So we're injecting, think of it that way, we're injecting warm air into layers of cold air. So it's cold, really cold upstairs, it's really, really cold downstairs, and in the middle of it, we're injecting in this warm air. And that warm air is going to continue to grow over time as we head into our Sunday. That's why we see that transition from sleet over to freezing rain. So that's kind of some of the meteorology behind why we will see those types of impacts. Again, impacts for ice, but we also could see some accumulation of maybe some wintry precipitation as well. Let me pull that up real quick. And yes, so see if I can find that graphic. We'll go over this one because this is exactly what I just talked about in 3 dimensions. So when we have snow, it's cold aloft, it's cold downstairs, it's cold in between. We have all cold, right? It's all below 32 degrees. And so we're going to see the snowflakes make their way from upstairs in the atmosphere. As they fall, they're going to fall as snow. Now, we're going to start introducing and injecting some of that warm air from the Gulf. And we're talking warm air of 33 degrees, maybe 40 degrees, maybe warmer than that. Some of the models indicating by the time we get into Sunday. And so we're starting to inject that warm air. So now our snowflake trying to fall starts to melt a little bit and then refreeze into ice pellets. And so that's where we start seeing sleet. Sleet, not to be confused with grapple. Grapple is more like Dippin' Dots, little white Dippin' Dots out there. Or like styrofoam balls. Sleet is translucent and clear, and it's ice. It's just in solid form. So you think of it as ice pellets falling down. If any of that melts, it could refreeze, and then, of course, that causes the travel impacts on the roads. And so if any of that starts to melt for any reason tonight, just hitting maybe a little bit warmer road, everything out there is pretty frozen. So if we do get that quick burst of snow, we get that quick burst of sleet, it should accumulate as we go through the evening hours and the overnight. Now, into the day tomorrow, we're going to increase that warm air depth from, say, 5,000 feet, maybe up to 7,000 feet. So it's a lot thicker, right? So now our snowflake falls, melts all the way to rain. It turns to rain because of how thick and how deep that warm layer is. And then it falls all the way down onto the surface where we see contact freezing as a possibility there with all the objects. Remember, all of the objects here, like in the 20s. There is a wind chill as well. We'll look at that in just a moment. But there's a wind chill. It feels like 6 degrees outside in Greensboro. So it's very, very important that you layer up if you're going to go out. For any reason, maybe to walk the dog or to let them go to the restroom one time before we really start seeing things deteriorate. You need to bundle up. It's cold outside. You might need multiple layers of gloves and hat as well, depending on how susceptible to cold you are. But that's really the difference. That's what we're going to deal with this system, and your weather apps at home just can't distinguish where that warm air is setting itself up upstairs in the atmosphere. So that's kind of the explainer of why we're going to see this mixed bag of precip. You have a better chance of seeing less ice and more sleet the further north you are, the further south you head across of our viewing area. That's where you could start seeing potentially some more impacts and significant impacts as far as the ice is concerned. So kind of divided right the sweet spot there between a significant ice storm and then sleet. Well, that dividing line, that strip of dividing line of lots of sleet, maybe some snow, and then ice, that's really across the triad that we're seeing that. So we are definitely going to be dealing with some of that as we go through the area as well. And so, okay, so we thank you for joining us here on WFMY Plus. We're actually going to be having some of our coverage come up here with our full team. We have team coverage for you. Stay tuned, and we'll be right back with everyone else, keeping you safe ahead of the storm.
Happening right now, watch and wait. A powerful winter storm is slowly creeping into the Triad.
The system will drop snow, sleet, and lots of freezing rain across the area. Our team has spotted minor sleet and snowflakes falling in Asheboro and elsewhere.
Hopefully you've made all the preparations that you need, because depending on where you live, it's about time to stay put.
This storm is huge, spanning across much of the country and leading to impacts from New Mexico to New York. We are in weather impact alert mode here on WFMY News 2 at 6. Good evening, I'm Chad Silber.
And I'm Ben Briscoe. This afternoon, the White House signed off on North Carolina's state of emergency. That allows us to access federal resources, including generators for hospitals, food, and other supplies.
21 counties will open warming stations. 7 have already opened shelters, with more expected today. The National Guard and State Highway Patrol fully activated statewide.
And Duke Energy has 18,000 crews on standby across the Carolinas, including this line of trucks at the mall in Greensboro. We have live team coverage tracking conditions as the winter storm moves in. We're going to start with our Nixon Norman, who's live in Guilford County, Bryce Parker's live in Alamance County, and Lauren Tier in Forsyth County.
Let's actually start with Tim, who's got an update on the timeline and what we can expect.
Yeah, that's right, guys. It is the waiting game right now at the moment. We're just kind of watching as all of this moves our way from the west. Take a look at the radar right now. This is affecting such a huge part of the country. It's been snowing in Tennessee a good chunk of the day. And for us, only just spits here and there of some sleet and some snow flurries for a couple of other folks. I know the radar looks pretty impressive. It is slowly filling in those gaps. But I actually think we could still have several more hours before we start to see that sleet falling pretty steadily around the area. The air is bone dry right now, and so it takes a little while to saturate that up, and we see that with a fair number of winter storms. Winter storm warnings are in effect for our area. The reason is we're expecting those accumulations of sleet overnight tonight, and then tomorrow, that's when the ice comes, and that's really what we're most concerned about. Now, again, like I said, the radar is a little deceiving at the moment because a lot of this isn't reaching the ground, but eventually it will. Temperatures are right around 20 degrees, so it is super cold outside. In Winston-Salem, we're starting to see some of this falling a little more steadily now. Same thing for our foothill counties at the moment. All of this should mostly be sleet from here on out through the rest of this evening. The window for any snow is rapidly closing, so I don't think you're going to have much luck with that. As far as tomorrow goes, there's your sleet. This is actually 1 o'clock in the morning. Here's about 4 in the morning. And the biggest thing that makes me nervous tomorrow is when do we switch over from sleet, which sticks to the ground as little ice balls, to the freezing rain. That's what sticks to everything, coating the trees, coating the power lines. If it happens early in the morning, that switchover, we're in trouble because we're going to get a lot of ice. If it waits until later on into the midday, we could be all right to avoid some of the power outages. It's all just going to be a waiting game throughout this storm. So hang out, hang tight, stay safe out there, and stay off those roads tomorrow. That's what I would recommend. The worst chance for ice is for our southern counties, where you could pick up to or around or even more half an inch of ice. Most of the Triad, 1/4 of an inch to a half an inch. We'll be nervously watching this throughout the day tomorrow. And then once we get past this storm, there are still some things that we have to watch heading into early next week to stay safe as well.
Throughout the storm, our team will be outside there to keep you updated and safe.
Now let's start our live coverage with WFMY News 2's Nixon Norman, who's standing by live outside the staging area at the Four Seasons Town Center. Nixon.
We have been out here for a couple of hours, but it marks a little over 24 hours that all of these trucks have been out here lined up and ready to go when that ice or sleet falls, and likely power outages will follow. Now, I want to show you something kind of interesting. The most interesting thing about all of these trucks, they come from different places all over. This one right here comes from Indiana, if you can see the plate. We're going to come back out here. Something else I know for a fact, this truck comes from Tennessee. And not only are all of these trucks from different spots, we've also spoke with the utility workers who have come on them. Like, there has been people from Iowa who say they have driven over 17 hours to get here. We just spoke with a man who's just from Fayetteville. It only took him about an hour to get out here. But another interesting thing that we've seen during the few hours that we've been out here is there's actually people who have come by just to take a video of the sheer amount of utility trucks. There was even a small boy who took a picture in front of all of them just because of how cool it is. Now, something else that has gone on in the past hour or so, there's actually been not only these utility trucks for the power outages, there have been tree service trucks that have come through where they will also help with the power outages, but it'll be more so when it comes to the actual trees. When they fall on the power lines, those tree service trucks, they are here to cut them up and get rid of them so that the power outage folks can actually do their jobs. Now, let's just continue on just to kind of look at what we have here. Just rows and rows of trucks, one after the next. They have their cherry pickers. Some of them have trailers on them with backhoes and other kind of equipment to, again, just assist them in putting people's power back on. And that's something that we heard from a Duke Energy rep today who says that that's their passion. They want to get people's power back on if and when that does happen. We're live here in Guilford County, where we will continue to be. I'm Nixon Norman, WFMY News 2.
While we wait for the worst of the storm, there's something you can do right now to prepare. Sign up for the Guilford County Alert System. They'll send alerts right to your phone about weather, law enforcement situations, evacuations, or other public safety incidents. To do that, go to WFMYnews2.com. There we link you to the site where you can sign up. Other counties in our area have similar systems in their county websites. For example, in Alamance County, its system automatically duplicates weather warnings and pushes them out right to you.
Lots of people are still making last-minute preps. WFMY News 2's Bryce Parker is live in Burlington, where he's seen a lot of people in and out of stores today.
Chad and Ben, we haven't seen any big-time precipitation here in Alamance County. Won't see that for the next couple of hours. But we have spotted a couple of snow flurries here in Burlington. Now, I want you to see this scene behind me. This is a shopping center off of Huffline Mill Road in Burlington near I-40. This Walmart has been seeing cars in and out of this parking lot all afternoon. There is a Tractor Supply store as well beside it, a Dollar Tree. People have been in and out getting ice melt, shovels, hand warmers, essential groceries like milk and eggs, anything that they might need to weather the storm and be stuck in the house for the next couple of days. Earlier, we did check in with a group of shoppers who came to a Dollar Tree in order to get some last-minute supplies if they are indeed snowed and iced in.
Just because the snow hasn't started yet, so the fact that we were able to come out and get some stuff last minute, we've been getting snacks, games, getting our movies prepared to stay in for the night. Hopefully it's not too bad to where we're trapped for a lot of days, but we're excited to, spend quality time snowed in because it hasn't snowed in a while.
So I think Tim Buckley said it best on our WFMY News 2 Plus app earlier. It's best to prepare for the worst, but expect the best to happen. It seems like the people in Burlington are taking those warnings seriously, getting anything that they might need in the event that they will be stuck in the house, losing power for the next couple of days. Reporting live in Burlington, Bryce Parker, WFMY News 2.
Cities and counties all across the Triad have been getting ready for this storm. That's why right now we are joined by the Greensboro Mayor, Mary Kay Abuzawader. What has Greensboro done to prepare for this thing?
Well, Ben, and to the public as well, the moment our staff heard about this weather incident that may be coming, they started making preparations and plans because Greensboro has almost 3,000 miles of roads in the city proper. And, that is a lot to think about trying to prioritize roads, to put the brine on and trying to prioritize where the snow plows are going. We've got a great interactive map on the city website that people can go to and see the priority roads and how quickly after this weather incident is over that things will be done.
With 3,000 plus miles, what's the realistic expectation for when all those streets will be clear again?
It truly is going to depend on what kind of precipitation falls. I think most of the meteorologists are saying pretty much the same thing. If it's snow, it would probably be okay and be just a day or so, but it all depends on the temperatures and the type of precipitation. I learned a lot this week about sleet and freezing rain. So if sleet comes, it's not quite as bad because you can still shovel sleet and you can get it off your cars. If it's freezing rain, that is ice, and honestly, that is too treacherous for anyone.
So the freezing rain could also create some major power outages. What's the plan for people who might lose their power? How are you going to help them stay warm?
Yes, we want to do everything we can, and I know a lot of people have gone out and bought generators. That's great, but they need to make sure they do not put them in their houses, because that carbon monoxide building up would be even worse. So, you see sometimes people are trying to take grills inside or propane tanks inside to cook. Please don't. If the power is out, just know that Duke Energy is doing everything they can to get the power back on. And actually there are grids. I learned a lot over the summer about there are grids that are almost self-healing, that if the power is out in one place, then it will start picking up and transferring power to another place and then go back and pick that one back up. So, it is something that they are very concerned about. I think you've heard that there are a lot of trucks, electrical trucks around ready to roll, because we want to make sure we can get power back on as quickly as possible should that happen.
Are there any plans to set up shelters in case people need them?
Yes, we do have one that has a generator, Glenwood. The American Red Cross is manning a lot of shelters in Greensboro. Most of those are our facilities. They have not sent out their list yet, but they are the ones to contact for other shelters. But We are certainly hoping that we don't have to get to that point, but we don't want anyone to go with, several days without heat. And I do worry about those who are out on the streets. We've got the warming centers for them, and we've also got the white flag at the First Baptist Church on Friendly Avenue for them.
What else do you want people to know before you leave for tonight as they're staying home watching it start to fall?
Please check on your neighbors, check on your elderly friends. If you know of people, I hope everyone has gotten their final supplies because I understand it's coming in later this evening. And please don't leave any pets outside. These temperatures are going to be frigid, and truly, truly, we need everyone to stay as warm as they are able.
Well, thank you so much for being here. I know it's a really busy night for everyone at the city, and we appreciate you making the time.
Thank you so much, and please stay off the roads.
As we know, this system will impact every county in our area. That's why utility workers are trying to spread out ahead of time. WFMY News 2's Lauren Tier is in Winston-Salem, where many of them have gathered tonight.
Yep, we have been here for the past few hours. We're right across the street from the Winston-Salem Fairgrounds. And guess what, guys? It's gotten darker. It's gotten colder, but now we might be able to finally see something. Something is falling. I believe it's sleet. Doesn't look like snow. It kind of looks like someone threw some glitter in the air and it's sparkling down now. Pretty, but could cause problems. But here there are utility trucks lined up, ready to go in case there are power outages in the area. Duke Energy officials say crews came into the Triad from 27 states and even from as far as Canada. Here at this lot, we've seen some license plates all the way from Florida to Arizona to Ohio and Pennsylvania. And shockingly, the most common one we've seen is Massachusetts. Now, as I said, right now we can see some stuff actually coming down here in Winston-Salem. Just about maybe 10-ish minutes ago, a pretty good chunk of trucks actually left this lot. I did happen to notice they were all arbor or tree service trucks. I'm not exactly sure where they were going, but we've seen some action here. We've seen them filling up these trucks, filling up their tanks. We've seen them putting some tarps on some of the trucks. Again, all just getting prepared in case those expected power outages do come. Live in Forsyth County, Lauren Tier, WFMY News 2.
Lauren, thank you. Hospital staff are absolutely essential workers in this type of weather. Cone Health says it set up more than 350 cots across its facilities to help team members ride out the storm. They say it'll help ensure uninterrupted care for patients and others. Our team has spent days putting together our coverage plan. We have the most accurate weather team in the Triad for a reason, and now's the time when we show it. No other station provides the type of extended coverage we do, so why go anywhere else? We've got you covered with live updates every hour through the entirety of the storm on WFMY+. Last night at 11, we showed you the first flakes from this storm falling in Oklahoma. And tonight, it's certainly gotten worse there. Check out this video showing a wrecker pulling a semi around a cloverleaf ramp as a snowplow follows behind. Tim, it's only a matter of time before we see similar problems here.
I'm so excited for you to come to me right now because I'm just now seeing snowflakes. So this is about the beginning of it here, Chad. You might not be able to make them out so much on screen, but there are some snowflakes and, really noticing the difference, which is interesting because we've had sleet earlier. These are a couple of actual snowflakes. So that means the air above our heads, it must be hovering right around 32 degrees. The problem with this whole storm is that by tomorrow and really overnight tonight too, that air above our heads is going to be way warmer than that. It's going to be closer to about 40 degrees actually at times and even into the mid 40s. And that's going to be a bit of a problem, which is why we won't be able to get a snowstorm. Instead, we're getting a sleet storm or an ice storm as well. I'm pointing out right now the radar. I know it looks like everything is coming down super heavily. Of course, that's not the case. What we're fighting right now is a lot of dry air around the area. And what dry air can do at the beginning of a winter storm, it always takes several hours. I've covered a lot of these. It's always a bit nerve-wracking at the beginning to kind of wait and see what's going to happen. Now, if this thing gobbled up all of our precipitation, that would be great. That would mean that we wouldn't have to have iciness around the area. But we are expecting that, of course, to happen as we go into tonight. Starting out mostly as some snow-sleet mix around here. But then as we get into the morning hours tomorrow, that's when freezing rain starts to take over. And that's the problem. Heading into tomorrow, iciness is the main concern. So if we kind of break this down day by day for us, we're looking at the difference between sleet overnight tonight turning into some ice heading into the day tomorrow. Temperatures will be bitterly cold as well, and the ice forecast hasn't really changed all that much. Over the last couple of days, we're looking at 1/4 of an inch of ice here and there to around 1/2 an inch of ice in some spots, and that's what you really want to avoid. 1/2 an inch is enough to cause serious damage to trees, power lines, and the like. What we'd like to see are lower amounts, but we can't really hope our way out of a storm. We've got to be ready. We've got to be prepared because that much is possible given this setup. So the timeline hasn't changed. We're starting to see that snow sleet mix, just getting some flakes and sleet pellets in the area right now. And then overnight, this is going to get heavier. You're going to hear that sleet on your windows. And then heading into tomorrow, tomorrow is the storm day. It's tomorrow. We're going to see sleet in the morning, changing to freezing rain by the afternoon, and we'll have accumulations. How much ice is on the trees? That's going to determine whether or not we lose power. We hope not to, but I sure expect that there will be quite a few power outages around the area, and falling trees as a big risk as well. So it's really important to kind of stay off those roads for multiple reasons. Obviously, they're icy. Falling trees can be a concern. There's just no reason. We're prepared for this. Prepare to stay home for tomorrow would be my recommendation to you. Ice, travel, and power, those are the big impacts with this winter storm. It's not a snowstorm. It's not a sleet storm really either. It's mostly the ice that worries us. Now, once the storm is over, the storm will be over tomorrow night by about 9 p.m. We still have about 24 hours to go. Once it's over, we have sunshine on Monday. But we do have gusty winds, and that concerns me a little bit. Those gusty winds could continue to possibly bring down some branches or trees. And then here's a big problem. How about early Tuesday morning? Temperatures right there around the 0 degree mark. I'm expecting maybe around single digits for our area. That's something we don't see all that often, maybe once every couple of years. So you couple the threats here. We've got sleet tonight to ice up the roads. We've got ice to fall on top of it tomorrow and coat the trees and power lines. And then, oh yeah, it's barely going to be above freezing all week with those bitter cold nights. If you lose power, this is just such a problem. And this is a big impact to our community, which is why we're gotten the word out, and we're trying to keep you safe here over the course of the weekend.
Well, here's something you're going to hear us talk about really through the duration of this storm, and that is precipitation type. We're going to see a smorgasbord across the area, anywhere from sleet, maybe a little bit of snow. Hopefully, Lauren, seeing maybe a little bit of some light snowflakes there where the crystalline structures reflecting some of that light off of the snowflake, or it was sleet, and again, because that's ice, that also has reflective properties. So interesting there. But we're definitely going to see a blend of precipitation types as well as expecting the ice. But how exactly is this setting itself up? Well, we are definitely going to see the potential for warm air invasion aloft. A lot of times your app does not have necessarily pick up on this this difference here, and clicker not working, but I'm going to step off and I'll walk you through this. And so here we are, snow versus ice. This is what everybody wants to see, but what we won't see. What instead is we're going to see some of this warm air invaded about 5,000 feet, and just a little tongue of some warm air, a little nose of warm air, and that itself is going to cause a difference because we've got the snow falling through the below freezing, and then it goes into a layer that's warm. It's at about 5,000 feet. So this is above our heads, right? This is changing us from snow and starting to melt us a little bit, and then it refreezes, and so you get ice pellets from that. Now, if we continue to expand the warmth of air in this layer, as we're expected to see into the day tomorrow, we're talking freezing rain, because we're going to see the snow fall into a very deep layer of warm air, and then it's going to freeze on contact on things that are at the ground, and those are likely to be below freezing.
This storm sure has been a slow mover so far. As a matter of fact, there's not even a lot of pictures online yet of the storm from people. We're pretty much limited to this one from Alex down in Denton. A little bit of the sleet that he saw about an hour ago. It almost looks like tiny pieces of hail that fell on his deck there. But this has been a big, massive storm across the country, and it's already created some big problems in other places, like Arkansas earlier today, where take a look, one side of the highway totally shut down there, the other side, lots of abandoned cars already. In fact, they actually saw in this massive storm here an ambulance that got stuck in the snow. Not even the emergency vehicles were able to make it out through some of this storm. And as that comes here, North Carolina is saying, what should we be doing? They're saying in the emergency management at this point, we're past the monitoring, we're past the preparing, we're at the staying home point because those roads have started to get so treacherous. In other places, they're expecting that here later tonight. Remember, the biggest impact as you get out and about will be the roadways tonight. That's why emergency management says, here's some winter driving 101. You want to slow down and pay attention. That's an obvious, but they have to say it because people don't do it. Leave plenty of room between you and the other vehicles. Remember the bridges and the overpasses, those are going to be the worst, most slippery spots because they ice first. And if you do start to slide, you want to take your foot off the gas, turn the steering wheel in the direction of the slide, and do not push the brakes. That's going to cause further loss of control. But really what you want to do is just stay home if at all possible. NCDOT said it best, your car doesn't have ice skates, it's not a Zamboni, it's no match for the ice. Stay home if you can.
Thanks, Ben. Good advice. Road's still okay right now because we're still waiting, but I tell you, this can change pretty quickly. I did want to kind of break down the forecast because I find it to be kind of confusing day by day. So here's your threat tonight. The only threat, roads getting slick. There are no power outages, not tonight. Tomorrow, that's the storm day. We got to worry about icy roads, of course. Also, that power outage risk. That's starting to come up as the day wears on. So by the afternoon and evening, those will be kind of our nervous times waiting to see if anything flickers around the area. And then Monday, it's dry, it's sunny, but the roads are still messy and it's windy, which could bring down another tree. And then Tuesday, how about low temperatures of 5 to 10 degrees? And oh yeah, those neighborhoods will probably be a little slick. So we've been through storms before. We can do it. We will do it. But some tougher days lie ahead for us for sure. And we'll have you covered in WFMY Plus.
Yeah, just about 60 seconds. So we are cranking up the energy and cranking up the coverage. So stay with us.
Oh, we're still on. Okay.
It's starting. Within the last 15 minutes, we saw some sleet in Greensboro as the winter storm starts to enter the Triad.
As you know, the system will drop snow, sleet, and freezing rain, followed by dangerously cold temperatures that could prolong issues. The governor didn't mince words today.
You can expect the weather to impact your life starting today and lasting until next week.
We are in winter storm mode here on WFMY News 2. Good evening, I'm Chad Silber.
And I'm Ben Briscoe. We have live team coverage tracking conditions as the winter storm moves in. Our Nixon Norman is live in Guilford County, Bryce Parker is live in Alamance County, and Lauren Tier is in for Forsyth County.
But first, let's get an update on the system from Chief Meteorologist Tim Buckley.
Yeah, thanks, guys. You know, it always takes a little while to start to see stuff coming down, and the air is still pretty dry out here, which is part of that, but we are beginning to kind of get more reports. I'm getting texted by more of our weather watchers around the area. Certainly it seems like right now the northwest counties in the Triad are starting to see more of that wintry precipitation, mostly sleet. However, there has been some snow in parts of the region too. I'm actually seeing just a couple of sporadic snowflakes in the News 2 weather garden. I know the radar makes it look like it's coming down real hard, but like I said, dry air is eating away at some of this for now. Remember, winter storm warning, that doesn't happen all that often, so this is a serious winter weather event. Of course, the radar, like I said, is getting a little bit busier. Let's kind of zoom into different areas. So right now you can tell the difference very well. And in fact, it's pretty dry overall in Davidson County, but just up the road from you in Winston-Salem. In fact, I'll be interested. We've got our Lauren Tier just a second. She'll give us a weather report from over there. But it looks to me that it is coming down a little bit better, either snow or sleet. We'll hear more in just a second, as we said. Did get a report that it was starting to stick to the roads in King, just up the road from Winston-Salem as well. Bottom line, it's a process here. Between now and midnight is when that radar will start to fill in more and more of the gaps. It just takes a while in these sort of situations. Sleet will be the predominant precipitation tonight. It's mostly going to be those ice pellets. And then tomorrow morning into tomorrow afternoon, that's when we nervously watch it start to change from sleet to freezing rain. Freezing rain is so much worse for impact to life and limb, and we're seeing that trees could be really coated by about 1/4 of an inch of ice to maybe as much as a 1/2 inch around the Triad area. The biggest risk for that is in our southern counties, but there's not really anybody that's totally getting away with scot-free on this one. Everyone is experiencing the icy storm as we go into tomorrow. So just to recap, we're seeing things develop the next few hours, sleet overnight, heavy at times even, and then tomorrow, it's an ice event for the most part. Tomorrow afternoon and tomorrow evening, that's when we have to nervously watch and see if there are any power outages.
All evening long, we're going to be checking in with our teams across the Triad to help keep you safe.
Okay, let's start with WFMY News 2's Nixon Norman, who's in Greensboro at a staging area for hundreds of utility workers.
Well, I'm a little bit jealous of Tim in the weather garden who's had those flurries, and Lauren over there in Winston-Salem, because I'm sad to say we have not seen much, especially in the past 2 hours. But what we have talked about a lot is about just the fact that there are so many of these trucks from so many different spots. I'm just going to point out this one comes all the way from Michigan. But something else I actually learned over the past 2 days while talking about these trucks, you'll see the cherry picker is up in the sky, and that's the case for a lot of them. I actually learned from a lineman that they put those up in the air when they're parked like this, so people don't take the tools that are inside them. Again, simple but effective. Something else I want to kind of take your attention away from the trucks and actually show you that we are here in the mall parking lot. Something interesting, I went in there earlier just to kind of get out of the elements, and you know who I saw inside? Lineman after lineman. Some of them carrying shopping bags, some of them just like me getting out of the elements to go inside and just get warm. But I do want to mention that the mall is set to close in about an hour here at 8 p.m. While I was in there, I spoke with some employees who say they hope they don't have to come to work tomorrow because they just simply do not want to get out on the roads if this thing is as bad as we are expecting. And I know I said I was jealous of Tim Buckley and Lauren, but I'm actually starting to see some flurries coming down. Not many, they're very small, but they are coming down. I don't know if you can see them across my camera, but things are starting. The action is picking up. We will continue to be out here, maybe not at the mall after it closes, but we'll be in Guilford County and we'll give you all the updates as they come along. Live in Guilford County, I'm Nixon Norman, WFMY News 2.
Nixon, thank you. We'll check in with you in just a bit. Did you know Guilford County has an alert system that sends warnings straight to your phone? It's called the Genie Alert System. Genie is an acronym for Guilford Emergency Alert Notification Information. They send alerts about weather, law enforcement situations, evacuations, or other public safety incidents. As we prepare for this ice storm, a warning about some sort of emergency could really come in handy. Just go to readyguilford.org to sign up. I signed up the other day. It took just about 90 seconds. In Alamance County, their system automatically duplicates weather warnings and pushes them out to residents. Another way to prepare, get those last-minute supplies.
Our Bryce Parker has seen a lot of people come out in Alamance County today to rush to the stores.
Chad and Ben, yes, we have. We have been watching cars come in and out of this shopping center off of Huff Line Mill Road in Burlington, just off the exit of I-40. Right behind me, this is a shopping center. You can see there is a Walmart here. People have been getting essential groceries like milk, bread, eggs, anything that they need to make sure that they can eat for the next couple of days. Besides that, you can see a Dollar Tree. You can also see a Tractor Supply. People have been going in and out all afternoon long, getting things like ice melt, shovels, hot hands, anything to stay warm. The cars here in this lot, they're starting to dwindle, but this lot was packed just a couple of hours ago. Earlier, we spoke with one person who was shopping who says they were not surprised to see that this lot was full of cars.
Everybody acts crazy when the weatherman says that it's gonna snow, so this is pretty normal.
They act like it's like the end of the world.
Yeah, so hopefully we get 25 inches so that everybody can eat all their groceries that they bought from the store and use their generators and, use all the stuff that they got to prepare for the storm.
So just like Nixon and Guilford County, here in Alamance, we are really starting to see these snow flurries down. Not sure if you can see them well on your devices or wherever you are watching us right now. We'll continue to track the situation here in Alamance County all weekend long. You can also track the radar 24 hours a day on our WFMY Plus app. Reporting live in Burlington, Bryce Parker, WFMY News 2.
Bryce, thank you. We've told you how utility workers have joined us from across the country to help get the power back on if and when it goes out. WFMY News 2's Lauren Tier is in Forsyth County, where they've gathered to help people in Winston-Salem.
So the crews that are actually stationed here in Winston-Salem, they're getting to see a little bit of precipitation at this point. It's been going on for probably a little more than an hour. I imagine it's sleet. It's really interesting. There's a wooded area kind of behind the camera here, and you can hear the precipitation. It's very, very peaceful. I don't know how long it's going to stay peaceful, but regardless, all the people who man these utility trucks behind me here are prepping and are getting ready to go out on the roads and help with any of these expected power outages should the ice come. In the past few minutes, we've actually seen quite a bit of action here. We've seen crews putting tarps on trucks. We've seen them refilling gas tanks. We've seen them walking around with clipboards, checking off things on lists, all the things that they need to do to get ready to go out into the field and do what they do best, which is help people get their power back. Another thing we saw was a line of trucks, looked like tree service trucks actually, leaving this lot and going to another location. Then a couple of them came back and parked, so I don't know if they are just sharing resources with each other or spreading out around Forsyth County. Again, as we see this weather kind of pick up almost. Like I said, this has been going on for a little more than an hour now, and it's not, you can't really see it, but it is coming down pretty hard at this point. I'm sure you probably can't hear it, but I can certainly hear it. It almost sounds like a rainforest behind us. And I said this earlier, but it just looks like a bunch of glitter falling down from the sky. So I don't know if it's gonna stick. I can't really tell right now. It doesn't look like it. Anyways, these 100 or so trucks in this staging area in Winston-Salem across from the fairgrounds are definitely prepped and ready to go. And we will be keeping you as updated as we can with all of the conditions here, not just in Winston-Salem, but in Forsyth County, well into this evening and of course into the coming days. Live in Forsyth County, Lauren Tier, WFMY News 2.
As Tim says, if you can hear it falling, that's sleet. You know, it hasn't done much here, but much of the country has already seen some snow as part of a winter blast that has roughly 180 million people under a winter storm warning. The system moved through Tennessee this afternoon. Look at what it left behind. Their roads don't look too bad, actually, through all of this in this live picture here. And Arkansas is seeing large amounts of snowfall, a different story there. It's just awful in Little Rock. All the roads covered in snow. Below freezing temps are causing some dangerous road conditions still tonight in the area.
From the roads to the skies, airlines have canceled more than 13,000 flights nationwide today and tomorrow. No doubt the system will cause even more over the coming days. At PTI, several flights arriving and departing are seeing delays or cancellations from other airports already seeing those impacts.
Well, some interesting things. You know, Lauren was talking about seeing some of those very fine flakes. One of the reasons is we're lacking the moisture. Look at this relative humidity. This is when we start getting the dew point and the temperature to get closer and closer together. We get closer to saturation that allows the snowflakes to make it all the way to the ground. Now they're probably sublimating, at least most of them, because our relative humidity is super dry. Tim just texted me, our dew point right now is -8 degrees. So we have a lot of ways to go before we really start to see that snow saturate and start reaching the ground. It's also cold outside. 6 degrees is what it feels like in Greensboro, 9 degrees there in Winston-Salem, 10 in Lexington, 12 in Asheboro, 15 in Siler City. So very, very, very cold air over us, very dry air. Eventually we will saturate that. Now, one of the places that you start to see problems first are area bridges and overpasses. Why is that? Well, roads, as they're able to allow basically heat to escape up, they're also insulated by the ground. The bridge, what's underneath it? Well, usually colder water or just air. And so a lot of that heat is able to escape both above the bridge and below the bridge. And then when you circulate air through that, that allows the bridge to cool faster than the road around it. And so you start to get a cooling mechanism. So watch the temperature here drop as this cooler air kind of circulates underneath the bridge. And so that's why we say, watch out for those bridges, those overpasses, because they can freeze first because of that heat loss and the quicker heat loss, because again, there's no insulation. The ground provides some insulation, some warmth for actual roadways. Bridges just simply don't have that. Now, we are still expecting that impactful winter storm to move in, but we got a ways to go before we can fully saturate that atmosphere and get whatever's falling upstairs to reach the surface.
We can't say this enough. This winter storm will bring ice and cause hazardous conditions on the road through at least Monday morning.
Meteorologist Claire Fry explains concerns associated with black ice.
Today's Weather IQ focuses on something sneaky and dangerous this time of year: black ice. The National Weather Service defines black ice as a thin, transparent layer of ice that forms when water from rain or melting snow freezes on surfaces that are below 32 degrees. Because it blends so well with the dark pavement, it's nearly invisible, so most drivers don't realize they've hit it until it's too late. Black ice is most common overnight and early into the morning, when air temperatures are near freezing but the road surface dips below freezing. It forms quickly on bridges and overpasses, which cool faster than surrounding roads, and in areas where snow melts during the day and refreezes at night. Anytime we go from wet conditions to a quick temperature drop, those patchy slick spots can develop. The National Weather Service highlights the risk in winter weather advisories or in special weather statements, especially after rain or snow events followed by plunging temperatures. These alerts are meant to signal that conditions could become very slippery very fast. To stay safe, make sure you slow down and drive much more cautiously whenever black ice is possible. Watch your first steps on sidewalks and driveways, since they can ice over just as easily as the roads. Stay aware of advisories. Black ice is quiet, quick, and hard to see, but knowing the signs can help keep you safe through the winter season. With your Weather IQ, I'm meteorologist Claire Fry.
It has been several years since we have dealt with a lot of ice on the roads. You might be out of practice when it comes to driving on them. When you're driving just 35 miles an hour, for example, an icy road can increase a normal stopping distance by 10 times because tires lose critical traction. Maybe you've heard this before, but it's a good reminder. When stopping, don't hold down on the brake. If there's ice, pump it instead. And if your car ends up sliding, steer in the direction you want it to go.
You've heard us say the roads will be hazardous for a while. Depending on what falls, it could be a challenge to free your car from the ice. Maybe you'll consider putting your windshield wipers up right now before all of it really starts to fall. Well, AAA says lifting them can keep the blades from freezing to the windshield, but it can also put stress on the springs inside the wiper arm. To avoid both, consider just putting a blanket or a tarp over the entire windshield before the storm so it's clear when you take it off afterward. Either way, experts say it's most important that your wipers are in good condition and your washer fluid is good for below freezing temperatures.
Bitter cold temperatures. You're sure to hear people tell you, hey, you need to let your faucets drip so you can protect your pipes. But it really all depends on if your water is hooked up to the city or not. If you're on city water, let those faucets drip, but you need to pick the right one for the hot drip.
We recommend to turn on a cold faucet to let it drip and then to find the fixture furthest away from the water heater and turn the hot water on a slight drip at that. That way you have water moving throughout the entire house.
For example, if this is your house and the hot water heater is in the garage on this side of the house, you'll want the hot water drip to be at the farthest faucet. In this example, it happens to be in the kitchen, but it could be in your bathroom. Now, if you're on well water, dripping a faucet really isn't a help.
It's going to do harm. For the fact of being like on a septic tank, it's not made to hold a continuous stream of water. Setting your cabinets up does help unless the heat get to it.
Everyone seems to agree, whether you're on city or well water, opening up the cabinets to get more warm air into the pipes is a help. And just in case a pipe does burst, every homeowner should know where their main water shutoff valve is. That way you can actually stop the water flow and prevent further damage.
Another way to prepare, get those last-minute supplies. WFMY News 2's Bryce Parker has seen a lot of people out and about in Alamance County today.
Yes, we have the entire afternoon. It has been car after car after car, making sure they're getting supplies. Right now, we're at the shopping center at off of Huffline Mill Road, in Burlington. There is a Walmart behind me, a Tractor Supply behind me, a Dollar Tree behind me. People have just been coming in, getting whatever they can. We're going to take a quick look at it right now. Again, the lines are dwindling down now. As we said earlier, this storm is kind of moving west to east, so we're going to get it kind of after Guilford does and after Forsyth does. So people have been coming in all day trying to take advantage of the fact that they still have some time. However, it's starting to get colder. These flurries are starting to come down, so people need to be inside. They're getting warm, they're getting safe, doing exactly what they need to do for this storm. Again, people have been coming in and out of these stores, getting what they need to get, because tomorrow is not the time to be out on the roads. It's going to be icy, it's going to be cold, and it's not going to be safe to drive.
That woman all bundled up in that long coat in the mud.
Yes, you have to be. I mean, it is cold out there.
It is, absolutely. Hopefully the power stays on.
That's the hope right now. And fortunately, we've got lots of utility workers who have joined us from all over the country to help get the power back on if and when it goes out. WFMY News 2's Lauren Tier is at one of those locations where they've gathered, and I know she's been monitoring what's falling from the sky. Lauren.
Well, it's definitely still falling at this point. I just got out of the car and I felt like I was kind of pelted in the face by this sleet here. I don't know if you can see it in the camera, but I do promise there is something coming down. I can feel it bouncing off my gloves. I can hear it bouncing off my jacket. I can also hear it in the wooded area behind the camera. All that to say, we are here because we wanted to observe what these utility crews were here to do. Now, I haven't seen anybody in here in probably about 20-30 minutes or so, but earlier today, crews were in here prepping these vehicles. I saw them putting tarps on some of the trucks. They were filling up gas tanks, going around with clipboards. It looks like we've got another pickup truck driving in right now. I'm sure he's probably, or she, here to check on these crews and again, make sure everything is ready to go just in case any of those expected power outages do happen in this Forsyth County area. At this staging location, there are about 100 vehicles coming from all over the U.S. and Canada. So far, I've seen license plates from Massachusetts, I've seen Ohio, I've seen Florida, and they've all come here to help the Triad with whatever electrical needs we might have. Again, stuff is coming down, so things are starting to happen in Forsyth County, and luckily there are people, professionals, who are here ready to do their jobs and get that power back on in case anything does happen. We will, of course, continue to monitor conditions here in Winston-Salem into tonight, tomorrow, and as many days as we need to keep you most up to date on what is going on with this winter storm. Live in Forsyth County, Lauren Tier, WFMY News 2.
Okay, so this penny is priceless in possibly preventing food poisoning during a power outage. I'm Megan Maleros of WFMY News 2, and we're expecting possibly multi-day power outages with this upcoming winter weather system. So I saw this penny test going viral on TikTok and Instagram, and I want to remind you how it works. Basically, you're going to freeze any container of water, and then once it's frozen, pull it out and put the penny on top. If the power goes out, you can open your freezer and check the penny. If the penny has sunk to the bottom, that means your food thawed for a long enough time where it's not safe to eat. If it's in the middle, that means it thawed a little bit and then refroze, and likely a lot of it is not safe for you to eat. If it's still sitting on top, you're good to go. Your food should be safe. Of course, always err on the side of caution. I'm gonna do this with my kids. They'll think it's super fun and it's safe.
Hospital staff are absolutely essential workers in this type of weather. Cone Health says it set up more than 350 cots across its facilities to help team members ride out the storm. They say it'll help ensure uninterrupted care for patients.
We also know that the National Guard is standing by. 3 minutes ago, they posted on Facebook, soldiers checking in Greensboro to stand by and help with the storm if they need to. Our team is also here to help you with the storm.
The last time we checked in with WFMY News 2's Nixon Norman, she was just starting to see light flurries. Has that changed, Nixon?
All right, I have to just admit right now that the wind is absolutely cutting me in half, but I have a bit of an update here. I'm gonna have my photographer Jay Capers kind of pan off me so you can see it better, but there's actually some action here when it comes to flurries or sleet falling out of the sky in Guilford County. Now, from the sounds of it, it doesn't sound like it's as much as Lauren Tier is getting over in Forsyth County, but there's more than we have seen all night here in Guilford County. We actually walked out of the mall not too long ago. Things are officially closing down there. As we've mentioned also this evening, Harris Teeter, many of them are closing at 8. So Guilford County is slowly becoming more of a ghost town as, again, we are finally seeing something fall from the sky. And of course, we'll be out here throughout the night. We can always give you more updates if you follow along on WFMY Plus and watch us tonight at 11 on WFMY News 2. I'm live in Guilford County. Nixon Norman, WFMY News 2.
Nixon, thank you. As we wait for this storm, it might have you thinking back to other big ice storms. How about that ice storm of 2014? Maybe the storm of the century back in 1993. WFMY News 2's Bryce Parker looked back at both of them through the eyes of people who remember them well.
The memory of the past bad ice storms lives on in the people who will help us get through the next one. Meteorologist Ed Matthews remembers the storm of the century in 1993.
I remember just a lot of cleanup, power outages, and a tremendous amount of cleanup that just doesn't happen in a 24 or 48-hour period.
He says the approaching storm this weekend reminds him of the one that he experienced more than 3 decades ago.
And we got about 4 or 5 inches of snow, and then all of a sudden, as you know, the mid-levels of the atmosphere warmed up, we started to see a changeover to sleet and freezing rain.
The freezing rain lasted for 2 days, and the ice that followed led to a 9-day power outage at Ed's apartment. Fast forward 2 decades to March 2014, our most recent bad ice storm. Nearly 80,000 people in the Triad were without power for 3 days or more after nearly half an inch of ice coated everything in sight. A Winston-Salem man died after a tree fell on his car. Mayor Mary Kay Abuzawader was on city council at the time.
You couldn't go anywhere. There was no way to traverse this city because it was pretty much covered in ice. And you could hear the tree limbs breaking from the ice. And it was like you were hearing something, some kind of explosion.
Mayor Abuzawader says the gift of preparation is our advantage in the storm. She says having the heads up will allow them to better prepare for a storm like this. And the best way to do your part at home is to stay off the roads.
We need to be prepared for the worst. And I believe our staff and our crews and our personnel have all done that.
Mayor Abuzawader wants you to keep in mind first responders might be forced to put their own lives in danger to come save you if you don't take warnings seriously.
You know, we're watching the weather all across the area, trying to figure out what's going on, and boy, there's a live picture for you. This is in Winston-Salem, so we've got a crew over there monitoring the situation, as they say. And yeah, we've got actually kind of a mixed bag of sleet and snow around the region. You can have a mix between the two sometimes, and that's kind of what's been going on. I've also been getting a lot of your pictures and videos. This one behind me, you might not be able to tell, but there are a lot of those sleet pellets. And here's a kind of a rule of thumb. If it bounces when it hits, that's sleet. If it doesn't, it's something else entirely. But we are watching this very carefully, of course, across the area. This is just the beginning. Think of it this way. We're expecting the end of freezing rain tomorrow at about 8 to 9 p.m. That's still 25 hours away. So we've got a long way to go here with this weather system. Now, right now, it is coming down heavier in parts of the area than others. Looks like Winston-Salem, Reedsville, Rockingham County, parts of Guilford County, you're starting to see that too. Now, see that coloration at the bottom of your screen? That's the advancement of sleet. However, a lot of times the radar, it's not doing a good job assessing the actual type of precipitation. It can't tell the difference between sleet or snow, so that's really up to us and our storm reporters outside. Now, overall, by tomorrow in the middle of the day, I do think we could have 1 to 2 inches of sleet. So that's on the ground that you would have to shovel or get rid of or drive in. Farther north, you could see 2 to maybe 3 inches, and that's a big mess on its own. Here's the much bigger concern. We're watching the freezing rain potential. Now, if we're lucky, maybe we can end up on the lower side of these totals. That would still be around 1/4 of an inch and likely to have a lot of power issues. I just whipped up this graphic and I wanted to try and make it simple because I think it's hard to explain this multi-day threat and a multi-day impact around the area. So every time frame has a different concern. This evening, you don't need to worry about losing your power. You're going to be just fine. But if you were to go outside, especially later and drive around, those roads are going to be really slick, especially once we get closer to midnight and beyond. Tomorrow, it's everything. We got the storm day, we got the roads iced up, we have ice falling from the sky, icing up the trees and the power lines, and there's your power outage risk. So, good day to take it easy and be inside and safe. Monday, that's when things get tricky. We see the sun coming back out. That's the question of how are the roads doing at that point? Keep in mind the winds will be picking back up on Monday as well, so it might not be super safe to be walking around your yard and inspecting whatever damage there may or may not be. And then Tuesday, that risk is one that concerns me quite a lot. 5 to 10 degrees Tuesday morning, icy roads could still remain. You know, we're just at the beginning of the storm. Take a look at the view across the country. It's been a while since I've seen a winter storm like this. Now, obviously they happen. In fact, I remember when they happened quite a lot around here, but this is a big one. You know, you just look, it's still coming down in Texas and Oklahoma. It's just starting here. It'll be going to the northeast after that. So think of this as the beginning. It's not the middle. It's not even close to the end. We're just kind of getting a flavor of how this storm might be treating us. But if it's been a while since you've been outside, I got to tell you, incredibly cold. It's just super cold air, 20 degrees, bone dry. It really cuts through you. So this is why everything is going to be frozen with this system for us.
We had been seeing, you know, in some of the live pictures, we've had viewers send in pictures and video of very light snow, very light sleet. Is this in line with the timing that you were anticipating?
Well, throughout the week, we've kind of been saying about 3 to 6 o'clock for the start time. So I'll be honest, it's a little later than I was expecting.
Is that good or bad?
It's not a bad thing. It's definitely not. I mean, it's not a bad thing. If you're starting a little later, you're going to maybe have a little bit less moisture. Maybe the dry air is a little more robust at the beginning. So what you can do with that is you can kind of erase some of the moisture, and then maybe you can lower the total of the storm a little bit.
So as we talk about erasing the moisture, is there any chance at this point that the worst of it's just going to miss us? It's not going to be that bad?
There's no chance that the storm misses us entirely. That's not going to happen. But kind of, I think what you're getting at is, to me, that ice threshold that we always are concerned about is 1/4 of an inch. And we've been forecasting most of the week closer to 1/4 to 1/2 an inch even. So think about double your threshold is kind of what we've been forecasting. Is there a chance we end up closer to 1/4? There is a chance, and that's what I'm rooting for. And that's why tomorrow, if you're waking up in the morning and it's still sleeting, that's a good thing. We want to keep that around as long as we can. If it's already raining regularly outside and freezing to the trees, that's a bad sign, and it's probably meaning that we're going to have a bad day.
What is that window where you would say that it is going to be very bad if it starts sleeting in this time slot? Or I mean, it starts freezing rain.
I mean, if it's like 7 a.m., 8 a.m., 9 a.m., I would like it to stay sleet through about noon tomorrow. I think we could handle that. But it's going to be it's going to be a nerve-wracking kind of a day. But at this point, here's another way to look at it. There's nothing we can do about this. You're watching the news. You're prepared. You're informed. You're likely, just going to ride this thing out. And so it's out of our control. We're going to keep you informed as to what's going on, and we're prepared for the worst, and we'll hope for the best.
How many days do we need to be prepared for the worst? Is this something where the roads are going to be a mess for a week?
And that's a little bit out of my comfort zone at that point as to predicting, okay, how are those roads going to recover? But from a weather standpoint, I hate what's happening after this because it's going to only get colder. So that's not what we want to see. You remember, we've had some winter storms before where it's 60 degrees 2 days later.
Right.
This is just not one of those. This is also our coldest time of year, January is, and it also means that the sun is still relatively weak. So even though we have some sunshine next week, it's not as strong as February sun. It's not as strong as March sun. We might not think that way normally, but it actually does make a difference in terms of how good it is at melting stuff. So I do think, unfortunately, we know how, if you just use a school system example, if there's an icy road in Summerfield, then, class is canceled in Pleasant Garden.
All the bus stops have to be able to get there, yeah.
And there are reasons for those rules, and we understand that. There's a good chance we're going to have an icy road in the county all week. That's just kind of the way I see it right now.
All right, Ben, Tim, thank you. We're in it for the long haul. We got a lot more to go, so we're going to check in with him in just a little bit. But as we watch and wait, our neighbors in western North Carolina are bracing for a challenging stretch of weather. Much of that region is still recovering from Hurricane Helene more than a year ago. With this system moving in, there are growing concerns about how snow and ice could impact already vulnerable areas, from travel conditions to power outages and emergency access. Keep in mind, lots of people are still living in tents out there because they don't have houses anymore. We saw them when we were out there during the 1-year mark back in September. There is just still so much left to do to get back to some sort of normal.
All across the Triad, crews have been getting ready for this storm. They knew it was coming. They are preparing to keep you safe. Right over here in Winston-Salem, earlier today, they posted from the fire department, as winter weather approaches, Winston-Salem Fire is checking and preparing equipment to keep our community safe. These are some of the chains they put on those giant fire truck wheels so they can get to you if there is a fire and you need them as help. Also, the city of Winston-Salem posting, the North Carolina National Guard has deployed 5 vehicles and personnel to Winston-Salem to support the fire department and police. We also know about 15 minutes ago that some of the National Guard arrived in Greensboro to help out there as well if needed. Cone Health is wanting you to know that their doctors, their nurses, the people you need to stay healthy in the emergency room, they're going to be there. In fact, they actually set up some cots for the people who are staying at the hospital overnight, so that way they can be there throughout this storm. Not only some cots, but they stocked their freezer full of some goods. They've got some Uncrustables, some Hot Pockets. Sounds like pretty good snowstorm food to me. Not only that, Duke Energy really stepping up here. They have now brought 18,000 linemen and tree crews across the Carolinas, staging all over from Winston-Salem to this one over at the Four Seasons Town Center in Greensboro. They've got over 400 trucks right there in Greensboro alone. Not only that, Duke Energy also earlier in this week donated $100,000 to the Red Cross to help set up some shelters, to buy blankets, some generators, just in case the power goes out and people need a place to get warm. By the way, if you're trying to stay warm yourself in your house, a really important reminder from the North Carolina Emergency Management, they said any space heater you're going to use needs some space. 3 feet, the 3 feet rule. You want that away from anything that can catch on fire like curtains, bedding, clothing, because it can catch faster than you think. Also, if you're going to use a generator, they say make sure you read the instructions. You want to operate outdoors only at least 20 feet away from the building or house. So at least 20 feet away from your closest wall. That prevents all that carbon monoxide from coming inside the house. Alex Williams also has some more interesting facts to know about this storm to keep you safe.
Oh, absolutely. Are you ready to geek out about the weather? Because I'm about to get real geeky here. Is it rain? Is it snow? Is it sleet? There's actually a way we can tell. This is the correlation coefficient. Oftentimes you see us use it in severe weather to look for debris, but we can use it in the winter time to do the same thing. From scan to scan, the radar's asking, is the size of the particle the same? If it is, it turns to a red color, kind of like what you're seeing here over Reedsville and back further to the east, most likely in this case, snow. However, if it's changing because something's melting and refreezing, then like sleet, right? It's going to show up as this orange and yellow color. So do you see how sporadic it is across the triad right now? So this is what we're dealing with. We've got some buckets and some spots of snow, but you can see where the sleet is starting to work its way in across the triad here, showing up as this yellowish orange color, especially back towards Forsyth where Lauren is, and she was seeing some sleet. So this does verify nicely with what's going on outside and allows us as meteorologists to keep an eye on things in the sky and see whether or not it's snow or sleet.
Alex, thank you. This winter weather will impact most every aspect of our lives. Our Verify team looked into a claim about whether letting air out of your tires can actually improve traction.
Our sources are Nationwide Mutual Insurance and Harold Sarmiento, General Manager at Cerdos Tires and Service. According to Nationwide, an important part of maintaining a car is making sure your tire pressure is where it needs to be. The levels can vary depending on what type of tire you own. In fact, your recommended tire pressure will be printed on a label inside the driver's side of your door.
There's a sticker that shows what's the pressure on the tire should be per manufacturer of the car.
But what if you manually release some of the air in your tire? Can that help maintain traction in snowy, slushy road conditions? Sarmiento says yes. However, you should only do this in an emergency situation.
If you lower the pressure, then the traction will be improved a little bit, not a lot, just a little bit, because the contact of the tire, the surface of the tire, will contact more with the surface of the terrain.
He says this works best on rocky terrain.
It's not recommended for asphalt roads or concrete roads because it will damage the shoulders or the side of the tires.
So if you notice one of your tires has poor traction, Sarmiento says it's best to just get a new tire. But if you're stuck in a bind and need a quick solution,
in a situation and you don't have the tire, then yeah, lower a little bit, not too much though.
So we can verify that yes, letting air out of your tires can improve traction in some situations, but it should only be done temporarily during emergencies because prolonged driving on tires that are underinflated can ruin the tires and put your safety at risk. With your Verify, I'm Megan Bragg.
A good resource for monitoring road conditions is drivenc.gov. Just toggle on this snow and ice layer to see which counties are reporting impacted roads. All weather-related issues will show up with a snowflake icon. The city of Greensboro also has an interactive snow removal map. You can check its website to track the progress of clearing roads in real time.
Let's talk home preps. Two of them, a place for the pooch and making your steps a little less slippery. Now, if you were lucky enough to get a bag of ice melt, there are directions telling you how much to use, but there's some debate about when to put it on.
Most of the time on ice melt, they tell you really to wait till everything has fallen. There's a lot of people that will go ahead and put it out. You can really do either one. I typically wait till it stops falling and go out there, and usually within 45 minutes to an hour, it has begun to slush up and everything, and that makes it easier for you to get to with a good flat shovel or something like that.
Ice melt not only breaks ice down, it can break down your concrete too if you leave it there. Eventually, you're going to have to rinse it off. And when you do, try and steer clear of your grass and your plants. It can damage both of them. No ice melt? Check out this DIY method. These folks put towels down before all the winter mess starts. When you're ready to get out of the house, you pull up the frozen towel to see the clear ground. And when it comes to finding a patch of grass for the pooch, there are all kinds of ideas out there, from putting up a piece of wood down before the snow starts falling to this one here. This is a tarp that's catching all the snow and ice and can be easily pulled up for your furry friend to go. We have a bunch of DIY and winter storm prep ideas on our website in the Two Wants to Know section.
Thank you, Tanya. We're tracking the storm very closely, and I think for a lot of you watching right now, you might just now start to realize, yeah, there is something going on out there, isn't there? It kind of all happens all at once sometimes, and that seemed to have been the case over about the last hour. Now, you might have said, well, what's that out here? We get these big little bursts of condensation sometimes. Our weather camera in Winston-Salem is on top of what they used to call the Winston Tower, and those cooling devices up there can make little clouds every now and then. Hey, look at the radar. It's actually coming down at the moment at a pretty decent clip. This is impressive to see, and if we kind of do a little tour, we can show you your communities. Now, a lot of times the radar might mislabel the type of precipitation. A lot of this is not falling as snow. There are some snowflakes mixed in. A lot of you have said so and sent us in those reports, but moreover, this is mostly falling as sleet. But around the area, from Winston-Salem up to Reedsville, and even now parts of the Burlington area are all starting to get their hands in on this. And that's nice to see at the moment when you're kind of waiting and wondering what's going on. Of course, there's another component to this. Sleet in itself, not very fun. You can't really play in it, of course. Also, it is going to accumulate. It might not be doing so yet, but it will. And that could add up to about 1 to 2 inches. Now, it might not sound like much, but driving in an inch or two of sleet, yeah, that's easier said than done, especially when it's so cold outside. And hey, consider this too. We could see over 2 inches for some of our northern counties. So there's a large amount of this yet to come. And then tomorrow, we're worried, of course, about the freezing rain. And I know we've talked about this so much throughout the week, and you've heard all about it, but you know, we've got good reason to. I've been here about 12 years in the Piedmont of North Carolina. I can't remember seeing a widespread freezing rain threat like this one. In fact, the most recent storm that North Carolinians might remember that was at this magnitude as far as the forecast was back in 2002. If you were in Asheboro, you certainly remember that one. It was a horrible 1 full inch of freezing rain. Now we have multiple impacts to track for you. Overnight tonight, it's the roads. Then tomorrow, it'll be the roads and the power. Stay off of those, by the way. Going into next week, that's still a bit of a question mark. It'll be the recovery, and that'll be how bad was it? How are those roads doing? How is the power grid doing? All of that stuff. But things we'll have to worry about on Monday will be the winds. It'll be about 30 miles per hour, nothing too crazy, but that's something of a different story when we have icy trees. And then on Tuesday, bitter cold air will be headed our way. We're forecasting morning lows to be in the single digits by the time Tuesday morning rolls around.
Developing right now, Winston-Salem is reporting a power outage. There's about 800 customers without power there. Now, Duke Energy importantly says the cause of this was that some equipment went offline. It should be back on by about 10:30 tonight. But we do want to bring Chief Meteorologist Tim Buckley back here because we know that power outages tomorrow will be the big concern. What time do you think those power outages will really start?
It's a good question, and I think, you know, mostly when it comes to ice, obviously it can weigh down a tree or weigh down a power line, but it doesn't happen all at once. You kind of have to reach a threshold of weight, and usually that is for just a power line about 1/4 of an inch, and so that would likely not happen until the afternoon, in my opinion. So the morning tomorrow, you should still be able to make your coffee, you should still be able to watch us on TV, all of those things. But plan to have all that stuff done, I would say, by about 10 a.m. to be safe, maybe noon or so. And the afternoon, every time you hear a light flicker or something like that, that could be nervous. I will say, and this isn't meant to scare you or anything like that, ice storms in general can be pretty unnerving. And if you've lived through one, you kind of know what I mean. They're noisy. because once you get a lot of ice on trees and stuff, you start to hear cracking and pops and these sort of, especially if you live in a wooded area, those trees are just kind of yelling at you every now and then. And if you have a house with a lot of trees around it, you're going to be nervous. So that's just going to be something that we deal with tomorrow, and we're going to have to live through. And it's just one of those days. So not a risk tonight. You can sleep easy. It's just sleet out there. But tomorrow, during the day mostly, is when we'll be watching that.
I think a lot of people might be confused that, you know, you think like a power line, it's very small, narrow. Power poles are tall and very skinny. How does freezing rain take them down?
Well, water is just pretty heavy, you know, in general, and particularly when it's ice, it weighs things down. So we've given this example a couple of times, but if you have a 1/4 inch of ice on a power line, it's about 500 pounds.
Wow.
And that's enough.
And that's just a 1/4 inch.
Yeah, and that's just a 1/4 inch. And, you know, our forecast is for 1/4 to a half around the area. So, I mean, that's the danger in this type of a storm. And, you know, there will be power outages. It's just a question of how many. So.
A lot of people going into this weekend bought sleds. The kids were excited to build a snowman.
Yeah.
Is there any chance we might get enough snow for any of that to happen?
The chance for snow for today was basically from a few hours ago until right about now. So unfortunately, you know, you're not gonna get that. It's not going to be that fun type of a storm, which is a bummer. But I will say too, if you're a snow lover, what's today? It's the January 24th. Over half of our snow all time in history has fallen after today's date. So
there's hope.
Plenty of time.
We've had plenty of storms even in March.
We have. Not in a while, but they do happen.
Yeah. Yep. All right. Well, Tim, we got a long way to go here. So
we sure do. And we're going to keep you posted. You know, things are changing hour by hour.
Yeah. And as you know, our team has spent days putting together our coverage plan. We have the most accurate weather team in the Triad for a reason. And now's the time when we show it. No other station provides the type of extensive coverage we do. So why would you go anywhere else? We've got you covered with live updates every hour through the entirety of the storm on air and on WFMY Plus.
A major storm is closing in. Be ready. WFMY News 2 will be with you through it all. From snow to sleet to freezing rain, we have got your back. We'll keep you informed on every platform, on TV, streaming on WFMY Plus, and anytime on WFMYnews2.com. This is your trusted team, your most accurate weather team, 11 years in a row. Stay with us. We'll weather the storm together and be there through the aftermath of Mother Nature's mess. WFMY News 2, your source ahead of, during, and after the storm.
Less than 30 minutes ago, hundreds of National Guard troops landed in Greensboro, checking in for processing, getting ready to assist in support of this winter storm. WFMY News 2's Sandy Rivera sent us video showing sleet coming down in Kernersville. Difficult to see, but you can certainly hear it. A viewer in Colfax shared this video of sleet already starting to stick on the ground, and once it freezes, it will certainly cause some issues. This dangerous winter storm has certainly posed over us and will continue to develop worsening conditions. You can see in our live look tonight over Greensboro. You can't see it, but it is there, and it will continue to intensify. Thank you for joining us on WFMY Plus. I'm Chad Silber. The flurries, the sleet, starting to come down across parts of the state. We do have a live look from Banner Elk coming up here in just a second, where you can see it's starting to accumulate on the ground there. We will see some of that as it pushes here over the next couple of hours. Meantime, as we mentioned, hundreds of National Guard troops have been deployed across North Carolina to help emergencies responders as we continue to see this storm grow in size. The agency says it has more than 450 troops on standby and about 180 vehicles ready to go once the storm hits. Distribution units are delivering equipment and critical supplies to staging areas as well. About an hour ago, Guilford County Emergency Management activated its operations center to a full level in anticipation of what's to come. They're working with Duke Energy and High Point, closely monitoring power outages across the Triad. Right now, Duke Energy is reporting more than 800 people without power in Forsyth County. Now, it's important to note that this outage is due to equipment going offline. We don't know if it's related to the weather at all. We do know that it is because equipment has gone offline. The wind gust itself not powerful enough to knock out the power just yet. Taking a live look at roads, of course, this is going to be one of the first of many impacts. We're not going to take a look at that, but just know that DOT crews from across the state on down will have road workers across the area to lay down 2.5 million gallons of brine. Governor Josh Stein spoke about how the state is preparing. He says crews are ready to salt and plow the roads once the storm makes impact. He also says the greatest concerns: unsafe roads and power outages for days.
We expect the temperature to fall below freezing every night for the next 7 days. That means whatever ice or snow that turns to slush during the day will freeze again overnight. Black ice will remain a risk in many places into next week. So plan for the possibility that you'll be stuck at home for a few days.
He stressed staying off the roads and not driving unless you absolutely have to. The city of Greensboro has an interactive snow removal route map on its website so you can keep track of the progress in real time. Of course, this will all happen after everything falls and they're able to start looking at and assessing the roads and what can be done to fix them. From now until the storm passes, we will be writing it out with you, tracking it live. Let's get right out to Chief Meteorologist Tim Buckley, who's tracking it with us.
And Chad, outside right now, you can probably hear it as I give this report. We're just getting pelted by sleet. If you can hear it, it's sleet. Snow is silent, as we all know, and that's what's enchanting about it. But sleet is super noisy, and that's what's coming down outside right now. Our temperature is about 20 degrees, so all of this is just going to be staying around as it accumulates around the area. The radar, just over the last 90 minutes, has completely filled in. I remember it wasn't long ago that a lot of us were saying, well, when's it going to start? Well, here it is, and unfortunately, you look at the clock, it's 8 o'clock or so right now. We've got about 24 hours to go, at least. This is going to be a long event. You're going to want to buckle up here and just kind of go through this with us. A lot of this is coming down heavily at the moment, and our radar coloring it in as snow. That's not really what's happening. As we can tell you, a lot of this is falling as sleet, which indicates there's a little bit of that warm air above the ground. And when that melts the snowflake, you can't get it back. It gets frozen up, hits the ground as these ice pellets. Now, we'd like to keep it sleet as long as we can throughout tomorrow. The longer we see freezing rain, that's when we're more at risk for power outages, down trees, and the like, and that's going to be a big mess across the state of North Carolina. So we widen out the view. This is a big storm. just huge in size. It goes all the way back here to the Gulf Coast. We see it still impacting places like Texas, like Oklahoma, all across the Ohio Valley as well. So it's pretty much a storm that's affecting half the country. And with the sleet that's falling right now, this is the first part of the storm. As we go into the night tonight, we're going to continue to see this falling, going to continue to see it start to accumulate a little bit. So from Burlington to Greensboro to High Point to Lexington, 1 to 2 inches, that's possible before it's all said and done. And that's pretty impressive. That's a big amount of sleet. Farther north, maybe 2 to 3 inches is possible. So a lot of this is actually going to stick. And once it does, it's going to be with us for a long time. So think of that as the base layer. That's your base layer of sleet here. Unfortunately, we're going to add a big crusty coating on top of all of that. There's a big risk of freezing rain as we go throughout the night tonight. Sorry, not the night tonight, but tomorrow especially. This is mostly tomorrow morning through tomorrow evening that we have to be concerned about icing. That's called freezing rain. Freezing rain is regular old rain that hits the ground, freezes on contact. So every day here has a little bit of a different impact for you. Overnight tonight, the impact, roads getting slick. For tomorrow, that's our day of storm coverage. Of course, icy roads will be a problem. Power outage risks start to build up as the ice builds up on the trees and on the power lines. Monday, the storm is all done, but we still have winds that'll be picking up, and that could add extra issues. And then Tuesday, the concern are those bitterly cold temperatures heading into the morning, right around 5 to 10 degrees around the area. Futurecast, let's take a look at how you go hour by hour through the rest of this storm. It has us staying sleet from now through about midnight and beyond. But overnight tonight, you see here, this is around 5, 6 a.m. It has that freezing rain creeping in here at about 5 or 6 in the morning. And then getting through the afternoon, we're going to continue to see that. So that's going to be a tough part of tomorrow, is that we're going to add so much ice to whatever has already fallen. And so that's when we really need to be watching carefully about the power outage problems, the tree problems, and all of those concerns for our area. Going through Sunday and Sunday night, we're going to be assessing the situation, see how bad it was, and then we deal with the aftermath going into Monday and Tuesday. So I would say be ready or prepared at least to possibly lose power sometime tomorrow. You won't lose it tonight, at least not from the weather. We heard about that one outage in Winston-Salem. There's no reason for ice to be already causing power outages, but you can have power outages for other reasons. Winter weather impacts, ice, travel, power, all bordering on the extreme for our area. And I know that sounds wild, but truly, I don't know how well we can communicate half an inch of ice. It's an enormous amount. And if we are to get that, it's going to be a storm that we remember for many, many years. Wind gusts will be an issue on Monday, maybe a little bit into Tuesday. We've got a couple of breezy days to say the least, and then the temperatures getting bitterly, bitterly cold by Tuesday morning. That's something we're going to be watching very, very nervously as well. So we have our weather impact alert now, tomorrow, also into Monday and Tuesday. And a lot of that is because of the issues when it comes to the aftermath of the storm, the icy roads, the loss of power, and potentially really dangerously low temperatures.
Tim, thank you. Obviously, the power is one of the main concerns, and the power going out. And WFMY News 2's Lauren Tier is live in Winston-Salem tonight, where a lot of those utility workers are staging, just waiting to be called out. Lauren.
Right, these utility trucks right here are staging, ready to roll out if need be. But there are nearly 900 customers of Duke Energy here in the Winston-Salem area who are currently without power. The cause of that power outage is not weather related, but I do imagine the people who are going through that are probably pretty cold inside as that outage started just a few hours ago. We do know that crews are working on hopefully getting that power back. Still, if the power outages should lead into later this night or even tomorrow, if that ice does come, again, there are staged crews here in Winston-Salem ready to roll out. As you can see right now, maybe you can see it at this point, there is sleet coming down. It's been coming down for the past few hours here in Winston-Salem. I don't know if you can hear it, but it definitely is making a noise in the trees. I can see it bouncing off the ground. In fact, when I move my feet a little bit, it's getting a little slippery even on this concrete here. It's kind of hard to see accumulation because it is so dark out. Nonetheless, it is still coming down. It hasn't really let up at all since we've been here, since it started like I said, maybe about 2.5-ish hours ago. Nonetheless, all of these crews and the linemen who are running these trucks behind me have been preparing. There's not much action going on right now, but every maybe half hour or so, different crews come in, check on the trucks, do different things. They fill up tanks, they come and put tarps on the tops of the trucks, and again, just make sure that everything is prepared and ready to go should they be needed. Again, if that ice comes, we do know that that could cause some pretty long-lasting power outages in the area. Of course, these crews here, this is about 100 trucks, are just some of the about 18,000 crews that have pulled into the Piedmont Triad to assist should those power outages become a problem. Like I said, right now, sleet still falling in Winston-Salem. We will, of course, continue to bring you live coverage of what this weather looks like as it continues to roll into this area. Live in Forsyth County, Lauren Tier, WFMY News 2.
Lauren, I know you were mentioning probably about an hour ago that it was really just kind of starting. And has it really picked up at all, or has it been pretty steady since you've been out there?
Well, that's kind of the interesting thing, Chad. Like I said, it's been over 2 hours at this point, actually, and it feels to me like it hasn't picked up much. I feel like it's been pretty consistent, and by that I mean I can see it falling pretty clearly. Earlier in one of the shows, I said I got out of the car and it was kind of pelting me in the face. Still pelting me in the face. It's still coming down for sure, but nothing too crazy. Just been pretty consistent for these past couple hours or so.
Thank you so much. We'll check in with you in just a little bit. Of course, we are continuing to monitor developments here in the Triad as well as really across the state. Siobhan Riley is live in Charlotte for us tonight. How's it looking there?
Right now, very little precipitation at this hour. We have been seeing just not a lot of accumulation, but I can tell you that right now we are off the 485 exits that interstate, and we know that we have been seeing, you can see some of the cars that are going by right now, very bare on the highways and the roadways at this hour. We have got a chance to speak with a lot of shoppers today, people who are doing their last-minute grocery shopping, and we've got a chance to ask them what is their biggest concern when it comes to this winter storm.
Ice and power loss. So that's the biggest thing because we don't have fire burning heater, or a lot of people don't have generators, that sort of thing. So power loss is a big deal. So hopefully it'll hold off.
And again, very calm here on the roadways right now, just not a lot of precipitation at this hour. We've seen very little precipitation throughout the last few hours. So we have been monitoring the roads for the past 4 hours, and we'll continue to stay out here. But I can tell you that if you do not need to be out and about, it is safe to just stay at home. Back to you.
Siobhan, thank you so much. So we know the power will go out for lots of people. Now is the time to charge devices, find extra batteries, know where you can find a flashlight, and gather supplies you would need to deal with an outage that could last for days. Pets need to also be top of mind this weekend. WFMY News 2's Tanya Rivera explains what you need to know for your furry friend.
Let's talk home preps. Two of them, a place for the pooch and making your steps a little less slippery. Now, if you were lucky enough to get a bag of ice melt, there are directions telling you how much to use, but there's some debate about when to put it on.
Most of the time on ice melt, they tell you really to wait till everything has fallen. There's a lot of people that will go ahead and put it out. You can really do either one. I typically wait till it stops falling and go out there, and usually within 45 minutes to an hour, it has begun to slush up and everything, and that makes it easier for you to get to with a good flat shovel or something like that.
Ice melt not only breaks ice down, it can break down your concrete too if you leave it there. Eventually, you're going to have to rinse it off. And when you do, try and steer clear of your grass and your plants. It can damage both of them. No ice melt? Check out this DIY method. These folks put towels down before all the winter mess starts. When you're ready to get out of the house, you pull up the frozen towel to see the clear ground. And when it comes to finding a patch of grass for the pooch, there are all kinds of ideas out there, from putting up a piece of wood down before the snow starts falling to this one here. This is a tarp that's catching all the snow and ice and can be easily pulled up for your furry friend to go. We have a bunch of DIY and winter storm prep ideas on our website in the Two Wants to Know section.
All right, thank you so much. So we know the power will go out for lots of people. Now is the time to charge those devices, to find the extra batteries. We talked about the pets also. So WFMY News 2's Tanya Rivera sent us video showing sleet coming down in Kernersville. It's difficult to see, but you can certainly hear it. I don't know if you can see this video or hear this video at all. Okay, sorry. It looks like we're going to a different story now. So airlines will cancel plenty of flights this weekend, but airports across the state say that they have been preparing for this for months. This is how they got work done in Greenville.
As travelers prepare to hit the skies this weekend, the major winter storm making its way towards eastern Carolina is threatening to bring delays and cancellations.
Keep an eye on the flights and just pack some patience.
Looking to keep operations running smoothly, the Pitt Greenville Airport is gearing up ahead of the storm. Prep work began back in October with winter operations meetings to discuss the many obstacles winter weather could bring.
Winter storms are pretty much like an aircraft emergency. I mean, you are doing, it's all hands on deck. It's, you know, you're doing everything you can to try to keep the airport open and, most important, keep it safe.
I was able to get an inside look at the airport's winter equipment, from snow plows and brooms that attach to trucks to spreaders filled with a mixture known as New Deal that eliminates any ice on the runway.
We'll just keep applying and sweeping. That's pretty much what we got to do here.
Another important part of winter prep, the snow desk. It's where crews can track the flights coming in and out along with the weather, keeping everyone informed.
We'll keep in touch with the snow desk when we're out there doing our brooms, plowing, just to let them know what the conditions are.
Even with some travelers beating the wintry weather.
Yeah, no, we're going to Miami. It's my birthday, so I'm excited to be in the warm weather.
Flying out at just the right time.
Oh, it was perfect timing. We had no idea. We booked this trip like so long ago, but when we saw the storm, we were like, that's great, we're avoiding it.
They still made sure their home was prepped for the chilly conditions.
I just had all my faucets just barely dripping, and then the heat's on.
And so did plane owners, as PGV was bustling with traffic as aircraft headed into hangars to wait out the storm.
All right, Tim Buckley, you're the guy that we always come to when we need to know what's going on with the weather. I know you've been watching the forecast closely. You've been watching the radar. Yeah. What's it telling you now?
Well, we kind of went from nothing happening, Chad, just a little while ago to basically everything happening right now. Most areas now are seeing a lot of heavy sleet around the region. Getting a lot of reports from you. Thank you for that, by the way, just giving me information from around the area. A lot of people saying they're getting heavy sleet accumulating, and seeing icier conditions starting to develop around the region. So those roads are kind of going from dry like they were a little bit ago to now icing up a little bit more. Now it is still sleet across the area, which is what we expected, and that's going to continue to happen for a while longer. The temperatures are crazy. I mean, right now it's about 18 degrees in Greensboro with that sleet coming down from the sky, 19 in Winston-Salem, just 20 in Burlington. So this is really, really cold stuff. And that sleet is definitely coming down at a pretty solid rate. In fact, you can hear it kind of coming down. That's the sound of that sleet. You just heard it before in my weatherhead at the top of the show, as we said. Now, there's your winter weather alerts. This is a serious situation. Winter storm warning, ice storm warning for parts of the West. This is a big deal, as we've said all week long. So it's no surprise that we're starting to get some impacts right around now. We are looking at snow on the radar, but that's not snow. This is all coming down as sleet. And the reasons for that, it's just hard for the radar to tell exactly what's falling from the sky. So a lot of times it does kind of misidentify winter precipitation. But bottom line, this is the beginning. We've got like 24 hours left to go. So we're going to have to continue to watch this all night long, all morning tomorrow, all throughout the midday hours as well. And it's going to be a long haul. Long haul for sure. Now temperatures will stay in the low 20s overnight tonight. Bitterly cold. Here's your futurecast. That purple, that deeper purple shade on your screen, that is sleet. That's not glaze. It's not freezing rain. That is the sleet right now. So as we continue to see that, we are looking at a lot in the way of icy accumulations around the area. So going forward, when does that changeover to freezing rain start to happen? We're going to follow that basically through tomorrow morning, around 6, 7, 8 a.m. or so, through about 9 a.m. as well. Now, the earlier that changeover happens and we start to see more glazing on the surfaces, the worse we're going to be. And the earlier that happens, the more trees we're going to have down, the more power lines we're going to have down, and all of those things. So we want that to hold off as long as possible. Now, during the daytime tomorrow, we're going to continue to watch the radar very carefully. All of this will be winding down by about 8 to 9 o'clock tomorrow, but it takes a while. So we really have a ways to go before this is all said and done. Here's your futurecast here, your power risk. I really think the power outage concern is going to go up through the day tomorrow. It's not a problem right now from the weather standpoint, but as we go through tonight, through tomorrow, into tomorrow morning, that's when we want to start to pay attention to that, because those power poles, they can only handle so much. In fact, take a look at this, just an example for you. If you put half an inch of ice on those power poles, that's going to be about 500 pounds of pressure. And that's just too much for them to handle, right? Too much for them to handle. And that ice is going to really accumulate pretty steadily. It's not doing it yet, but it doesn't take long before we get to that point. Now, are we going to be in for a lot of ice? Yeah, that's kind of our forecast. You know, throughout the whole week, we've been expecting about a quarter to a half an inch in spots. That's just too much to handle, and nobody can really handle over half an inch of ice. It's just going to be bad stuff, just bad stuff all around. So if we get that, those impacts are going to be pretty extreme when it comes to ice accumulation. So our forecast does call for around half an inch to even a little bit more in our southern counties, to around a quarter of an inch to around a half an inch elsewhere. This sleet is the story right now, though. There's a video for you. I mean, you can kind of see what's going on. If it bounces, it's sleet. That's what's happening right now. So that's what's going to continue most of the night tonight. You're going to hear it. It'll be pretty noisy for a little while. And then after that, we'll start to see, I should say, the freezing rain. And that's our biggest worry, is that tomorrow that freezing rain is just going to be too much to handle. And then next week, we're watching for the threat and the concern of bitterly cold temperatures. So by next Tuesday, a couple of days away from now, it's still going to be bitterly cold, 5 to 10 degrees in the mornings. So tomorrow, stormy day. We've got the rain coming down, which freezes. That's the freezing rain. That's when we're worried about the power going out. And then we're dealing with the rest. By Monday, the roads are iced over. It's windy out there. Trees could still come down, even though the sun is out. And then by Tuesday, very cold air, as we said. Roads are icy. We're not sure how long that's going to linger. I think we could be dealing with icy roads as a bit of a problem basically through most of next week. So this is not the 7-day forecast that you want to see. 20s, 30s for highs, that's not going to get the job done. And those overnight lows in the teens and single digits, really, really unlucky for us to be in that situation. But in the meantime, just to reiterate, it is a serious situation out there. I know sometimes when we start to see the sleet or we start to see the snowflakes, we can joy in it or take pleasure and all that kind of thing. That's going to change. So by tomorrow morning, it's going to be a tough day tomorrow. It's just going to be a tough day, and we're going to have to track it and see what impacts this storm has for our community here in the Triad. Chad?
Tim, thank you so much.
I got a second. Keep going. Keep talking about the weather a little bit more. So here's your live radar right now. And Chad, I can keep going. We do have some snow that we can show you across other parts of the country. Just a lot of snow happening, and this is just a big storm. So if we look at the storm system, it's a large system across the entire country right now. Basically, this storm goes from New Mexico to Chicago to the Triad, all the way down to the Gulf Coast. So wherever you might be in the eastern United States, there are impacts from this weather system, and it's just intense in size and in scope. So it's kind of amazing just to see how big it is. And that's going to be something that we have to track for you. Something we'll be watching over the next, several hours to days is how is this down here in the Gulf? You see these thunderstorms? What they can do sometimes is they can actually cut off the flow of moisture. So we have this moisture flow coming in from the Gulf of Mexico. Sometimes those thunderstorms can rob that a little bit. Sometimes, not every time, but that'll be something that we're watching for. We're just getting in the beginning of the system for us here in Tennessee. They had a lot of snowfall before. They were luckier than we were in that regard. If you're a snow fan, that's what you want to see. But take a look now. Here's a live look over Broadway. There it is in Nashville. It's a little sadder than it usually is at the moment. You can see how messy those roads are. You see that road condition, by the way? That's what I think our roads will look like by tomorrow morning. So this is a good comparison. It's a good example. Even though we don't get the snow, we're going to have that sleet. We're going to have those problems. And those impacts for us, they're going to be pretty high to even extreme when it comes to dangerous levels of freezing rain, dangerous levels of travel, and then the power concerns on top of that. We've just got a lot to deal with over the next 24 hours. So what you're doing at home is probably what you should be doing. Hang out, stay home, hope for the best, prepare for the worst. We'll get through it together.
All right, Tim, thank you. Hey, we are dealing with a lot of technical issues today, but you know what? We're going to get back on track. Take a look at this drone video in Oklahoma. Road conditions are getting worse and worse there. Check out the truck. Do you see the truck on the left-hand side of your screen? So they actually had to have a wrecker come tow the truck off of this interstate, or at least the off-ramp of it. And then look what's behind it, a snowplow also trying to just clear the roads because it's kind of a disaster out there. It's even worse in Arkansas. Check out this video. They've had a lot of snow today, causing dangerous road conditions. Now to Texas, where they have seen lots of snow as well. Imagine living in Texas and seeing this as you're driving. It is the same system that's moving our way.
Those road conditions definitely looking pretty bad across the South right now. You can see that's kind of what we'll be seeing here, Chad, in the next couple of hours. I would expect that it's already happening. We're already seeing those roads start to get iced up a little bit.
And so they've got a lot of snow. It sounds like our chance for snow.
Oh, yeah, I should mention that. We're not getting snow. No, that's not going to happen. That chance was there, and we saw a couple snowflakes. I saw some. You might have seen some where you live, but that's not happening anymore. So those chances are gone. And the reason for that is a very simple one. The air above our heads is too warm. So it's melting any snowflakes that are falling from the sky. Then they refreeze into these pesky sleet pellets that we've got to deal with.
What makes this system so, big? It is huge when you show just, the country, the radar. What makes a system that size?
That's a really good question. A lot of this, the moisture, actually, the actual water for this system is punching in here from the Pacific Ocean, actually. So a lot of times you wouldn't think about it that way, but it's coming in from places like we were showing you yesterday, Southern California. There was a connection with the jet stream out there. We have another little branch of connection to the Gulf of Mexico. So there's all these factors kind of coming together that bring this together and kind of just send this over our really cold air. And when you bring a lot of warmth, you bring a lot of moisture above cold air, it spreads out in size. It just, creates all this precipitation. And that's why it's long duration too. It's not just one little easy low pressure to track. Instead, it's basically a weather pattern that is going to last about 2 days for us.
And, I've always been curious because, for the past couple of days, we've been following this system and you've been moving the line as the forecast changes for snow to freezing rain, sleet, that kind of stuff. What creates that line? Why is there that line that jumps from freezing rain to sleet to snow?
Well, there's always got to be some areas that get a little more, or some areas that get a little less, right? So what you're trying to figure out and weigh the differences of are which areas have the colder air available? How far north does that warmer air with the freezing rain, when I say warmer, it's above our heads, remember, how far north does that get? And then how long is it lasting? Those are all factors that go into the accumulation forecast. So it definitely is tricky. And, it's not just us. We always joke that we have a hard job in North Carolina forecasting the weather, and we do. But this one has been tricky for everybody up the East Coast. At one point, it looked back like 7 days ago, oh, we're going to get all this snow. Didn't end up being the case, obviously. A couple of days ago, it looked like Virginia was going to get all this snow. They're not now either. And then Pennsylvania, now they're in the kind of the bullseye. So this storm system, which is why we always stress, we've got to wait for details on winter weather, because that little fine warm air above our heads, it can rob you of the entire snow event. That's why we really try and wait to about 3 days ahead of time to say whether it's going to be snow, sleet, or freezing rain. And in this case, mostly just sleet and rain for us.
And obviously we care most about what's happening in our area, but I mean the mountains, the beach, I mean they're getting it bad too, right?
Yeah, and unfortunately getting some reports already from the Boone area that they're already seeing freezing rain up there. So they're getting some ice up that way. And oddly enough, they're going to be warmer during this storm than we are. Cold air sinks, and on our side of the mountains, we get that cold air trapped up. We're about 18 degrees right now. Boone is warmer than that. So it's kind of a weird thing, and they'll actually be like in the 30s tomorrow. At the beach, they'll have a little impact with this, but nothing that'll be super long lasting. We're in a bad spot. I mean, there's no way around it. The Triad, Charlotte, Raleigh, we're all kind of in bad position here in this part of the state because of that cold air and because of the icing potential that'll carry us through tomorrow.
You and your weather team often talk about how the mountains in western North Carolina can impact the weather that we get here. Did it play any role in this storm?
Well, it does, because if it weren't for the mountains, our cold air available here, it wouldn't be as intense. So this cold air comes in from the north. It kind of gets stuck up against those mountains. We call that a wedge of cold air sometimes. So if it weren't for them, that cold air would kind of spread out in more directions, be more evenly placed around the southeast. But instead, it just collects right here, and it makes it worse for us. So in this case, the mountains are keeping us stuck with all this cold air outside.
Man, so, you've been saying for the past couple of days that your biggest concerns have been what this storm will do to the roads and then what it will also do for power outages. Would you say those are still your two biggest concerns?
For sure. And a couple of hours ago, I liked what I was seeing because we had a decent amount of dry air around that was holding things off. I'm not really liking what I'm seeing right now. It's coming down more heavily, and we're already starting to see, I know it's coming down as sleet, but we're already starting to see reports of some freezing rain possibly in the Charlotte area. That's ahead of schedule, and that's not something that I would like to see. We'd like to keep that going as sleet through tomorrow morning. Sometimes it can be misidentified. If you're getting icy coating outside right now, that can be from the sleet as well. Sleet creates an icy coating. But if you're actually seeing raindrops falling from the sky, that's a really bad sign. That means we're in for a whole lot of ice, and probably an ice storm that we're going to remember for a long time.
It's not often that I root for sleet, but it sounds like that's really what we all need to be doing right now.
There's no good way out of this storm, and we kind of said that a couple of times throughout the week. There's no real good get out of jail free card with this system. We're going to have bad impacts one way or another. And it's just a matter of which bad impacts and how bad. And it looks like it's going to be a bad storm. We've got a long way to go. The fact that I'm looking at the clock right now and it says 8:32, it doesn't make me feel good because we know how long this thing is going to continue. We're going to have precipitation basically for 24 hours.
Hey, you said that you anticipate it'll end around 9 tomorrow night, right?
Yeah, so we're basically, we've got a full day. And we didn't have much to deal with today, which was good. And that's nice. But at this point, you really should want to be home from now until we kind of give you the all clear. You can make your own choices, obviously, but those roads are not going to get better. They're going to get worse probably in those next couple hours.
Obviously, the ice is the big concern here. Alex Williams is standing by to talk to us about just the dangers of ice and how this system could impact us because of the ice.
Yeah, it is no joke that we're talking about this much ice. This is serious impacts, and I want to put an image in your head on what we're looking at as far as these types of impacts. So significant icing expected for the southern half of our viewing area. We're talking a ½ inch or more, or a ½ inch or a ½ inch. We've been throwing all these numbers out, but I want to give you kind of a clear picture. First, we have to get there. So no, we're not seeing snow. That's over. The warm air has already invaded us to the point where we're seeing sleet. So it's sneaking in here. We're seeing below freezing temperatures. That's where the snow falls, hits this layer, melts, and then refreezes before it hits the ground. So you get these little ice pellets, right? That's what several of you are sending reports in, sending videos in, and you're seeing it bounce off. You're hearing it. That's sleet. What we're going to evolve to as we go into the day tomorrow is that depth of warm air is going to grow. And as it does so, we're going to melt our snowflakes completely, and then we will see it turn to rain in this warm layer, and then it's going to fall into a layer that is in the teens and the 20s at the surface. It will contact freeze. This is a problem because as it contact freezes, it starts to accumulate, or accrete is the term that we use. So 1/10 of an inch, a light glaze of ice, that's going to cause headaches for you. I'm just saying, some ice on trees, power lines, it starts there, and you start seeing slick spots on sidewalks. Really, the main impacts there is going to be your travel. You start getting an ice skating rink when it comes to talking about area roadways and your sidewalks. So you want to be careful walking, you want to be careful driving. That's only 1/10 of an inch. That's not what we're forecasting. We're forecasting at least 1/4 of an inch for a lot of the triad. This is problematic. Why? We're starting to now build up the ice on those trees and power lines. And not only that, we're coating your windshield and cars. A lot of people have had some great ideas of just putting tarps over your windows, so that way you don't have to worry about the coating of ice on your windows. However, bridges become very dangerous. It's tough to stop on roads because it's a thicker layer of ice. Ice decreases what we call the coefficient of static friction, or that ability for your car to grip the road and stop. It goes away, and it decreases significantly with ice. So now you slide, and that starts bringing up other issues. Trees and power lines now start to fail. If we increase the ice up to 1/2 an inch, which is possible for some portions of our viewing area, depending on how quickly we change over to freezing rain, we are looking at a crippling ice storm. If we get to that point, we're talking widespread tree damage, powers, outage, widespread, roads completely impassable, no travel there. Power outages could last for days. Ice is not something to mess around with. It's something very powerful. And so Tim showed you this. I'm just going to kind of go into a little more detail. We're talking 1/2 inch of ice, like we just talked about, 500 pounds on your poor power lines trying to provide you power, and they're holding up 500 pounds. That's how much ice weighs. It has significant weight, and it would be nice if it formed kind of straight up and down. But unfortunately, because of the wind, you get these teardrop shapes to form. And that allows the lines to start swaying and swinging back and forth, causing interruptions to power, and eventually allowing these lines and maybe even trees coming down on top of that. So it's something to take very seriously. Let's quickly look at what we're looking at here. It's going to be a high power outage risk, especially if we see closer to the 1/2 inch. 1/4 inch, we're still going to see quite a bit of power outages. You can see those winds. We're expecting those to kick up as we go into Monday, as we watch the advancement of Arctic air continue to push towards the region. And so we're talking tomorrow night through Monday, really looking at those power outages starting to ramp up because of the significant weight of ice. And so that is something that we definitely need to watch for. So as we go into our Sunday night, into our Monday, as that ice starts to pile up, it starts to put the weight on everything. And we're not talking just power lines and trees. We say that a lot because if tree branches come down, they can take out some power lines, but you don't want to be around that either. So let's say the sunshine comes out on Monday like it's expected to. You're going around your house, you're surveying your property, checking for damage. Those limbs could still be susceptible to come down and on top of you, and that could be very dangerous. So we don't want you to be doing that. That's not a good idea when there's windy conditions and you have ice on power lines and you have ice on trees. That's going to create a very bad situation as far as the power outage risks are concerned. And again, these are expected to kind of ramp up here Sunday into Monday. So that is really what we're looking at as far as the timeline for expecting some of those power outages. Again, we're watching that potential for ice very quickly right now, starting to see sleet take over the show.
Alex, thank you so much. We are continuing to monitor the impacts as they hit our area. In the meantime, 2 Wants to Know's Tanya Rivera has what you need to do to be prepared.
2 wants to know has your last-minute storm checklist. This is before the storm hits. You're going to want to do the laundry, wash the dishes, take out the trash, make sure everyone has a shower or a bath. You don't want to tax the grid with all this stuff during the storm, and you certainly don't want to miss out on getting these things done while you still have power. Now, let me add something else to the list right there. Cover the outside spigot, and you don't even have to run to the store for this. Here's a DIY. In this YouTube video, he's using old rags around the spigot, but you can use pieces of a towel, a couple of old socks. Then you wrap a plastic grocery bag or even a Ziploc bag around it. Secure it with duct tape, even a rubber band will do. Now, you can't control the storm, but you can take charge of how you prepare for it. During the storm, there's another checklist to keep in mind. So you're going to want to have your dripping faucets. This is best for those on city water services. You want to drip hot and cold water, especially for faucets on those exterior walls. Next, if you have power, make sure you're opening all the vents and the doors in your house. Closing them just makes the system work harder.
And if we have doors shut and vents turned off, we're actually causing more harm to the system than we are actually, anything else. You're not being any more comfortable by closing vents off or shutting doors. Let it breathe, let the returns pool and circulate the air as it should be. It's designed to do that for the home.
And last but not least, cover those drafty door jambs. Roll up a towel, put it in the door jamb so that the warm air can't sneak out. The governor described this storm as causing major disruptions to daily life for days.
All right, the storm continues to chug along here, and where you are, you might be seeing and hearing a couple of different things, probably hearing the sound of sleet hitting your windows right now and just kind of wondering, what's it doing across the rest of the area. It is a cold night for sure. It's 18 degrees right now in Greensboro, 19 in Winston-Salem. This kind of stuck out to me too. The dew point right now is 2. So there's been some very dry air around the area. But what that really tells me, this is just an Arctic air mass. We are stuck with this. Think about how it was 50s yesterday, 60 or so the day before. That's all gone completely, and for a long time too. In Burlington, it's always difficult to kind of show you. It's kind of like when it's raining outside. You can't see it on a nighttime camera, but that sleet is coming down, and I'm sure we'll have more reports from our field crews as we go throughout the next couple of hours with you throughout this evening. The radar has filled in the gaps. It sure has, and it was blank just a couple of hours ago. That's completely changed now. And ignore the coloration a little bit. That's not snowing. As much as that would be nice and we would applaud that, that's not what's happening. It's sleeting across most all of the area. But what I will point to is kind of the intensity. So right now it's coming out more moderately to even heavily at times from Greensboro to Sedalia. We see you there in Burlington too. It's coming down at a pretty good clip right now. Now in Forsyth County, you might be getting a little bit of a break. At times these breaks will happen. In fact, parts of the rest of the state are still saying, oh, well, where's the storm? What do you mean? Well, we haven't seen anything here yet. And that's the case right now from Raleigh to Charlotte and Columbia as well in South Carolina. Remember, all of these areas too are expecting to have winter weather, and they've got winter storm warnings, ice warnings, all these other things across the region. Back to us here in the Triad where we live. Look at your hometown on the map. It's 18 in Greensboro. Like I said, it's 16 in Boone. This is just bitterly, bitterly cold stuff here. Now, whatever's falling from the sky right now, it is accumulating, and you're starting to have some impacts to the roads. Getting some reports from Guilford County. In fact, just a minute or so ago, you might follow them on Facebook or on social media. Greensboro Police Department asking people to start to stay off the roads. They're not wanting people to be out there driving any longer. So that's something that you're going to want to adhere to. And let's be honest, you're watching us on WFMY Plus, you're probably at home safely. So continue to do that, please. What I will say is overnight tonight, we're going to start to see more sleet continuing to come down. We've got a long way to go here, about 24 hours more of this as ice will start to take over heading into your Sunday.
2 wants to know has your last-minute storm checklist. This is before the storm hits. You're going to want to do the laundry, wash the dishes, take out the trash, make sure everyone has a shower or a bath. You don't want to tax the grid with all this stuff during the storm, and you certainly don't want to miss out on getting these things done while you still have power. Now, let me add something else to the list right there. Cover the outside spigot, and you don't even have to run to the store for this. Here's a DIY. In this YouTube video, he's using old rags around the spigot, but you can use pieces of a towel, a couple of old socks. Then you wrap a plastic grocery bag or even a Ziploc bag around it. Secure it with duct tape, even a rubber band will do. Now, you can't control the storm, but you can take charge of how you prepare for it. During the storm, there's another checklist to keep in mind. So you're going to want to have your dripping faucets. This is best for those on city water services. You want to drip hot and cold water, especially for faucets on those exterior walls. Next, if you have power, make sure you're opening all the vents and the doors in your house. Closing them just makes the system work harder.
And if we have doors shut and vents turned off, we're actually causing more harm to the system than we are actually, anything else. You're not being any more comfortable by closing vents off or shutting doors. Let it breathe, let the returns pool and circulate the air as it should be. It's designed to do that for the home.
And last but not least, cover those drafty door jambs. Roll up a towel, put it in the door jamb so that the warm air can't sneak out. The governor described this storm as causing major disruptions to daily life for days.
Yeah, can y'all hear me? Yeah, I hear him. Can y'all hear me? Yes, no. All right.
Developing right now at 9 o'clock. The winter storm is starting to cause some problems on the roads. There are backups developing on highways, mostly in Forsyth County. Less than an hour ago, hundreds of National Guard troops landed in Greensboro, ready to assist if needed. And our Tanya Rivera sent in video showing sleet coming down in Kernersville. It's hard to see. You really have to squint your eyes, but listen, you can certainly hear it out that way. A viewer in Coal Flat shot this sleet starting to stick to the ground. This is why we're expecting big problems on the roads later tonight. And snow is falling in the western part of the Piedmont Triad. This video from Pilot Mountain, not a lot of it, but enough to start having a dusting there. A live look now over our sky cams. You can see that it's still just a bunch of clouds, not really what we had expected at this point, but you know, the storm did move in later than expected. Still, it is not good to let your guard down. We are in the middle of a WFMY News 2 weather impact alert. Hey there, I'm Ben Briscoe. Our weather team says this winter blast still poses a serious danger for all of us. Power outages are already reported. Winston-Salem had about 800 a little while ago. Duke Energy said the equipment just stopped working. It's not clear if that's because of the weather or some other reason, but our team expects widespread outages once the freezing rain kicks in tomorrow. In case the power goes out for a long period of time, you'll want to be ready. Have a flashlight with a stash of extra batteries. Also make sure your phone is plugged in and charging right now. State Highway Patrol and the National Guard have been activated. They include nearly 500 soldiers, 182 vehicles, and 3 Black Hawk helicopters. We have continuing team coverage until the impacts of this storm are totally gone. Tonight, our team is spread out across several counties, bringing you updates on conditions and last-minute preps. Let's start with Chief Meteorologist Tim Buckley, who got an update on the system as it moves in.
Thanks, Ben. Yeah, it's starting for sure here at 9 o'clock as we go. Think about it this way. We're just beginning. We've got about 24 hours to go. And that's just when the precipitation stops. At that point, we're going to have to see what kind of damage there is and kind of go from there. But one step at a time, right? What we've been telling you for a couple of days, I haven't really changed this graphic for a couple of days, honestly. Major impacts from sleet and ice. You should be prepared now to be stuck where you are for a couple of days. Don't be going out. We're getting word now, and we'll hear more from our crews, that the roads are already in pretty tough condition in some spots. Power outages, they're expected. I'm not guaranteeing you're going to lose power, but unfortunately, all of us have that risk, and that's something of a concern, mostly for tomorrow. Want to show you right now how cold it is outside. Temperatures are in the teens right now. 17, 17, 18. That's just tough to deal with. And not only are we seeing sleet, I'm already getting a couple reports of freezing rain. It's almost shocking to me that we're already seeing that. And if that's the case, that's not a good sign going into tonight and into tomorrow. That would mean we're really in for some serious level levels of icing for our area. We look around the south, this is not just our storm, it is a big one across a big area, and in fact, this stretches across most of the country. Our radar shows you the intensity pretty well of what's coming down outside. You can have heavier bursts, and we've seen a pretty heavy burst already of some sleet. That's still going on in our northern counties. Don't trust the coloration here. Most of this, of course, not falling as snow. Farther south you go, that's when it's a little bit lighter, and we have started to see some of the icing taking place. I just went to get something from my car here at the station. It's totally crusted over already. And sleet typically bounces off, but it can melt partially when it's hitting, especially a warmer surface like the ground or your car, which you might have used recently. Live looking for Forsyth County, getting a couple of gaps in the action. We'll be tracking this on radar for you all throughout the rest of the evening. But look at this. Our futurecast indicates mostly sleet between now and the overnight hours, and then transitioning to freezing rain. A heavy amount of it going into tomorrow. Through the midday, we're only to lunchtime here, and then by Sunday afternoon, that's when this thing starts to wind down. Forecast models suggest we get to around 32 degrees. I don't really buy that. I think that's hard to believe and a little far-fetched. It'd be nice, but I don't really think that's going to help us. Our winter storm warning continues all the way through Monday. You say, why is that? It's ending tomorrow night. Well, we have this on the ground that'll be falling. You could pick up an inch or two of sleet overnight tonight in parts of the area, and this is the worst part. Freezing rain, possibly as much as half an inch or more in some areas. When you get that amount, it's a severe impact, and you see down trees, down power lines, and lasting impacts. So, bottom line, between now into tonight, into tomorrow, we're looking at bitterly cold air. Temperatures that'll stay well below freezing, accumulating ice, accumulating sleet as well. And those impacts, they're a big deal, especially to travel and power outages as well. Our weather alert, that's going to continue all the way through Tuesday morning, because look how bitterly cold we are after this system, down to 7 degrees, guys.
So right now we are in the stage when the roads are starting to be a concern. Nixon Norman is live near Gallimore Dairy Road with a look at the current conditions in Greensboro.
Oh, Chief Meteorologist Tim Buckley is not lying when he calls it bitterly cold. I think I'm getting cut in half by the wind. You'll notice I'm wearing this handy-dandy yellow vest, not only as an extra layer, but because I'm here off I-40. There's actually salt trucks going by right now. That's why I have to speak a little louder. But I just want to show you the conditions of the road. I'm going to step out of the way here, and I promise you, if we stay on this shot long enough, you will see people with their hazards on. Multiple. There one goes right there. That has been a sight we have seen since we showed up here about 30 minutes ago. And you can see there is some sort of precipitation building up on the road, likely sleet, and it is causing people, I mean, see that large truck go by? You have to be very slow, especially in a truck of that size. And you, maybe if my photographer pans over to the side, you can see those brine trucks kind of going onto the ramp here, again, just to kind of assist drivers who do find themselves out right now on the roads, probably going home. They can't help it. They just got to be on the roads right now. But of course, those hazards, they'll help you, and going slow will help you too. We are out here at I-40 near Gallimore Dairy Road, and we will continue to watch these roads, and we will continue to give you updates on what they're looking like as things continue to pick up throughout the night. Here off I-40, I'm Nixon Norman, WFMY News 2.
Hey Nixon, looking from the video, it's hard to tell. Is it still sleeting where you are? It almost looks like it stopped.
That's actually a great question. I hadn't noticed that until you had just said it. There is not much falling from the sky right now. I mean, you'll see a little speck here and there, but as of right now, no, it is not coming down. But there is, it seems that it is cold enough on the ground that it is sticking somewhat.
Thank you, Nixon. As we mentioned, Forsyth County is already seeing several problems on highways right now. That's where Lauren Tier is in Forsyth County with a look at how fast the conditions are changing there.
Right, so I'm on an overpass right now off 421 in downtown Winston-Salem, and the roads to get here from where we just were over by the fairgrounds didn't see too much of necessarily ice accumulation on the roads, but we could see some sleet built up on the sides of the road. At this point, the sleet precipitation has really slowed down from where we were probably about an hour ago. But where I am here on the overpass, the roads just seem to be kind of wet right now. When you hear cars drive by, you can hear that kind of slosh of water. However, if you look down at the sidewalk, it's pretty slick. All right, I don't have the moves. My photographer was able to do the moonwalk on this. Unfortunately, I'm not talented enough to do that, but I can promise the sidewalks at the very least are pretty slippery. You can see some sleet accumulation along here as well. If I look over to 421, the cars over here are pretty sparse. Traffic is definitely not heavy. No one seems to be going too fast. It is a highway, so it's not like anybody's going under 20 miles an hour, but not a whole lot of people on the roads at all since I've been here again on this overpass over 421. This is in downtown Winston-Salem. Like I said, roads seem to be wet right now. Nothing too serious just yet, but we will continue to keep an eye out as things go into the night, as we get into colder weather and potentially have some problems on these roads. Live in Winston-Salem, I'm Lauren Tier, WFMY News 2.
Be careful moonwalking on that ice. Don't break a hip. Taking a look at the traffic right now, you can see all that yellow. Backups are starting again, mostly in Forsyth County right now, like we just heard from Lauren Tier, but all over the loop as well in Guilford County. When it comes to these winter storms, salting roads is a must. Meteorologist Claire Fry breaks down why the salt is needed to improve our driving conditions.
When it comes to winter, we're used to seeing those salt and brine trucks all over the roads. Even the slightest mention of wintry weather, it's part of the normal winter routine. But have you ever wondered how it actually works and why they spread it all over the roads? Let's raise that weather IQ. First, a basic science lesson. When water is in its liquid state, its molecules are loosely packed and move freely. However, when water reaches its freezing point of 32 degrees or below, it turns into ice, forming a rigid structure. This can cause big problems on the roadways with icy and slushy roads, reducing traction between your car's tires and the road surface. So if we find a way to pull those tightly packed molecules apart, to do that, road crews spread a brine or salt solution. But contrary to popular belief, this actually doesn't melt snow or ice. It actually lowers the freezing point of water. So let's recap. The freezing point of water is 32 degrees, but when you add sodium chloride solution, it actually lowers the freezing point to about 15 degrees, but that only works to a certain point. If temperatures drop below 15 degrees, salt becomes essentially ineffective until temperatures rise above that threshold. With your weather IQ, I'm meteorologist Claire Fry.
Great information there, Claire. Let's check in on area roadways. You saw the map is a mess, so let's check in on Triad traffic here. From Forsyth County up through, say, Guilford County, you can see all of the yellow. This is what we want to see, drivers actually slowing down. Let's take a trip around the area here, starting off in Guilford County, Greensboro. You can see lots of yellows there on I-40, I-73 as well. Looking at some slower paces there. And so if we go over towards Winston-Salem, you could definitely see here, definitely some slower traffic right along I-40 there and towards 85 as well. A little bit further to the east, checking in on Kernersville, looking green for the most part. But if you're heading again on the interstate or maybe just south of the interstate, there is some slower drive times here. We're talking 36 minutes there from Greensboro to I-40 from Winston-Salem. That's going to take you about 36 minutes because people are going about 45 miles an hour. So you can see 51 miles an hour there, still green. 56 miles an hour. So people are slowing down. This is good news because you definitely do need to slow down. people not slowing down there from necessarily saying Lexington towards the highway there. But otherwise, we're looking pretty decent with some of those drive times. Some places a little slower, some places not so much. And so we're going to continue to watch that sleet come down, accrete on those, or accumulate, I should say, on those roadways and cause some issues across the Triad this evening.
So for most people so far tonight, it's just been sleet that they've seen fall out of the sky. But our weather spotter, James Roach, sent this in to us saying, snowing pretty good here in my corner of Wentworth. You can see a few streaks of it across his Ring doorbell camera there. This I just had to share with you. It was so cute. Look at this little guy, a bluebird, hunkering down inside the box in Gibsonville as that cold weather starts to hit. I think Scotty summed it up pretty well when he said 24 in Asheboro, sleet and snow near the zoo. I'm fine. Everything is fine through those icicles on your face. We are starting to see some churches post that they will cancel services in the morning or delay. It's really important to check with your church's social media page before you head out the door in the morning. Also, on WFMY News 2, we've got a list of all the closings as they come in that you can check there anytime. Forsyth County also shutting down some parks for tomorrow. Just about 35 minutes ago, posting that some parks will be closed on Sunday, January 25th. That includes Tanglewood, Triad Park, Horizons Park, Blues Lake Park, Kernersville Lake Park, and more. So if you do want to get out and about, you're probably not going to go to those parks. A lot of questions I'm seeing online about the Bowman Gray Stadium because the Clash is next weekend. Will all this be gone by then? Are they going to be able to have the race? Well, Short Track Scene posted that Bowman Gray Stadium has been brine treated in advance of the winter storm. Hopefully it won't be too bad over there. We love that race. This, though, sums up pretty much the message from every leader across our city, county, and state right now. It's a cute cat saying it, but they're saying it too. Just stay home. It is not worth getting out right now unless you absolutely have to. Hey, we know you've got questions about the weather right now. We'd love to hear from you what those questions are and try to answer some of them here on TV for you. Just text them in 336-379-5775. We'll be right back.
Weather doesn't wait, and neither should you. I'm WFMY News 2 Chief Meteorologist Tim Buckley. Now you can watch live radar 24/7 on WFMY+. We're giving you the power to track the forecast in real time on your schedule so you know what's coming before it arrives. 24/7 Weather Impact is a dedicated live channel with current conditions focused on your hometown, not somewhere else. This is WFMY Weather Impact 24/7 from the Triad's most accurate weather team. Download WFMY Plus on your TV right now and watch for free.
inside and not drive tonight unless you absolutely have to. Just moments ago, we got a statement from Forsyth County Sheriff Bobby Kimbrough. He said, I want to ask everyone on behalf of the Forsyth County Sheriff's Office, please stay off the roads. I'm out here, we are out here, and I want you to know that driving conditions are very hazardous. So let's get a check with Chief Meteorologist Tim Buckley to find out when we're really going to start to see even more impacts tonight, because it still seems pretty early, Tim.
It's early, Ben, but you know, you heard it from the sheriff, and I'm going to tell you the same thing here. It's changed. It's changed already in just the last couple of hours. You know, we're out here in the weather garden. It's not doing all that much on me right now. Just some very light sleet, but there is a little mixing going on. That means there's some water coming through these sleet pellets, and unfortunately, it is coating some things in sight. I did a little investigating in our parking lot here. My car's iced over already. Yours probably is too, Ben. And we also see a little bit of this icy coating on the ground and even a little bit of a shine to the trees. So that tends to be the first signs that you're getting some accumulating sleet or freezing rain in this case. So there's a little bit of a mixture. Not liking what I'm seeing, that's a bad sign, not a good sign to our forecast. So we might need to up those totals, unfortunately, and we could be headed toward a really long day tomorrow. This is a long event. It's not a short one. It's a long one for us. It's already stretched into Tuesday morning. The reason I have it there, the storm's going to wrap up tomorrow night, but those lingering impacts, they could last quite a while, actually, when we talk about power outages, downed trees, and travel as a big issue, of course. Now, the sleet, that's already starting to wrap up a little bit across parts of the area, and freezing rain starting to become a bit of an issue, too. So that's something that we'll be following, especially into the day tomorrow. Dangerous travel, you know, we've really got to up those boxes, I think, because it's already started around the region. So again, you're watching us here on WFMY. Hang out at the house, stay safe, enjoy that heat and that power while you have it. And by the way, you might want to crank that thermostat just a little bit, because as we go into the day tomorrow, freezing rain, that's going to be a factor. In fact, we could see a wide area of ½ an inch or higher. We hope not to. But you got to prepare for it, just mentally and physically outside. So just to reiterate, we talk about this a lot because who knows what these numbers mean. Otherwise, a 1/10 of an inch of ice, we can handle that. That's usually not that big of a deal. But once you get up to a quarter, that's when you have issues with trees, power outages, and the bridges and the roads and stuff too. Over ½ an inch, no one can handle that. That's usually a major ice storm. And oh, by the way, this is why all of this is happening. We can't get a nice snow with this event because we have this pesky layer of warmth above our heads. Temperatures in the 40s, way above where we are. That's been the issue. So while it is snowing across much of the South and much of the Midwest as well, we're on the side where we're getting that warmer air above our heads. That futurecast continues to have the sleet and freezing rain mixture overnight tonight, but unfortunately, it looks like we're trending toward that earlier switchover. We'll still keep an eye on things. Maybe we can hang on to some sleet or go back to it, but it doesn't look good so far. This will start to wind down by around dinner time tomorrow, and it should be wrapping up by around 8 to 9 o'clock. But at that point, we'll have known what the damage is around the area. And here's what else I don't like about this weather setup. There's no big warm up. So there's not really a lot of opportunity for us to easily recover. Overnight lows will be bitterly cold all of next week, but especially Tuesday morning. That's the worst one, when we should be in the single digits.
You know, when it looks like this outside your window, and chances are this is what you're going to see this weekend, all you can do is focus on keeping the heat on. 2 Wants to Know is looking at what you can do now to keep your heat working right.
You know, go to room and make sure all your vents are open. There's no furniture sitting over your vents. Keep the doors in each room open so that we can circulate some airflow. Changing the filters is a big key too.
It almost seems too simple, but really, when you do your supply run, buy new air filters. Those dirty air filters make your heating unit work a lot harder. You don't have to buy the most expensive air filters, but think of this.
If you buy a filter from the store and you can put sugar or salt on it and shake it over the sink, if it falls through it, then imagine what it's going to do to any type of dust or debris. It's just going to pull right through it. So, you know, we try to use analogies like that in front of our customers.
Next, check your doors and windows. Don't let the warm air that you're paying for inside leak outside.
2 things you can do at the hardware store: weather stripping and caulking. So thinking about your windows, your doors, If you feel any cold air coming in, you know that you need to get some caulking and some weather stripping in order to prevent that warm air from going outside and that cold air from coming in.
Adding an extra blanket and lowering the thermostat 10 to 15 degrees overnight, it can cut your heating costs up to 10%. But if you can't stomach that much of a change,
Turning your thermostat to the lowest comfortable setting. Every degree is going to help bring that money back into your pocket. The second thing you can do, I have blinds right here. If you have curtains at home, closing them at night in order to keep that warm air in and opening them during the day when it's sunny to let that warmth come on in.
Well, let's say you can't get the weather stripping or the caulk. The easy alternative, roll up a towel. Keep that cold draft from coming in the door jamb.
Take a look at this video from our Kevin Kennedy showing snowflakes falling in Alamance County. Not a lot of them, but there's certainly enough to say, hey, it's here. Tonight, safety is top of mind for officials all across the Triad, including Sheriff Bobby Kimbrough from Forsyth County. Excuse me. About 15 minutes ago, he told us roads are already starting to get bad, asking for everyone to stay at home. Adding that temperatures are so cold, even windshield wipers are hard to operate right now. All day long, folks have been rushing to the store to get ready, and Bryce Parker was at a Walmart earlier where he saw a lot of people. Now you're out on the roads in Alamance County.
Yes, Ben, earlier we saw people coming in and out of the Walmart here in Burlington. They were coming in to do their last minute shopping to get any essentials that they needed, such as groceries. There was even a Tractor Supply beside of that Walmart. People were getting things like ice melt and shovels, whatever they needed to weather this storm. And this is what they were trying to weather. We're going to step aside to show you these roads and these sidewalks. They're starting to get bad. The sleet is really coming down. It almost feels like there's a coating of ice on the sidewalk already. And it just started in the last about hour and a half-ish. We've seen cars slide. There was a truck that even pulled up beside us and told us that four-wheel drive was starting to slide as well. So if you think that whatever type of vehicle, car, truck that you have, that you're gonna be safe out in these conditions, no, you are not. You need to start staying home. Our weather team is projecting that this storm is gonna continue to get worse as the night goes on and throughout tomorrow. So please stay home, be safe, you know, have some fun with your loved ones, you know, drink some hot cocoa, do anything, but please do not come out here. We don't want any accidents to happen, casualties to happen, or anything of that nature. It's really getting bad out here.
You know, part of what makes this so dangerous is that looking at that video, the road almost looks totally normal. You can't see how slippery it is until you hit that ice. If you absolutely have to hit the roads this weekend, you got to make sure your car's ready for dangerous conditions. CBS's Nick Calloway has a breakdown of what you need to know about your car before you drive.
With a major storm on the horizon, many drivers are planning to hunker down.
Basically just staying off the roads. Yeah, it's a little bit crazy.
Authorities are urging people to stay in, but if you do have to get out on the roads this weekend, basic car maintenance can go a long way.
You check your air pressures, make sure they're good. Make sure you've had a service recently done, your brakes are good, your tire tread is okay. You know, all the basics, washer fluid, make sure that's topped off.
Alex Grazioli is manager of the Paul Miller Collision Center in Wayne, New Jersey. The shop gets very busy during a snowstorm.
A lot of front-end impacts, a lot of people miscalculate the roads, so they'll think it's okay, but it ends up being icy.
AAA urges drivers to keep a cold weather emergency kit in their cars, including warm clothing, blankets, water and food, extra chargers, an ice scraper, and any medications they may need during the event of an emergency. It's not just the snow. The plunging temperatures can cause major problems at home. Ed Irapino owns First Choice Plumbing, Heating, and Electrical in Metuchen. He recommends insulating exposed pipes to keep them from bursting. As for this weekend,
Always recommend keeping some water maybe trickling if you have some troubled areas in the house. Always know where your water main shutoff is in case a pipe does burst. You could quickly shut the water main off to the house and give us a call.
if your car is snowed in and you need to get out, be sure to clear any snow away from the tailpipe area before you start the car. While you're at it, go ahead and clear off that backup camera. And be sure to remove any snow from the hood and the roof of the vehicle before you hit the road. In Wayne, New Jersey, Nick Calloway, CBS News, New York.
Take a live look at Burlington now, where those roads are looking like they're getting a dust to sleet. But EMS told us just moments ago that everything seems routine for them so far. However, Guilford County and Rockingham County EMS report they have had a few minor crashes. Look at it continue to fall there. The conditions will get worse overnight. We'll be right here with you through all of it.
giving you the power to track the forecast in real time on your schedule so you know what's coming before it arrives. 24/7 Weather Impact is a dedicated live channel with current conditions focused on your hometown, not somewhere else. This is WFMY Weather Impact 24/7 from the Triad's most accurate weather team. Download WFMY Plus on your TV right now and watch for free. All right, just bluntly here, it's been tough out there already. I'm already seeing that from the road conditions, our crews, and all the like. It's only 9:30 on Saturday. We have a long way to go, and that's kind of what concerns me, that at this point in time, we're likely to see major impacts from sleet and from ice. So hopefully you've prepared. The time to prepare is over. So at this point, you just got to be where you're going to be for a little while. And the reason we say a few days, you say, well, wait a second, I can just get out on Monday. The roads could still be bad for a while. Not to mention, some of them might be covered up with trees that fall if we get a lot of ice, and we are trending toward that way with a lot of ice. Right now, temperatures are bitterly cold. It's only in the teens outside. We've fallen down to 17 degrees right now in Greensboro. I did want to just quickly show you this because I think it tells the story. Not a lot of cars on the road, as we know, but you look at our traffic map. Greensboro doesn't even look like this at 5 o'clock in the afternoon. We don't have that kind of traffic, but this shows you that there is weather out there along the urban loop, along I-40, you name it. These are all weather impacts happening right now. That's in Greensboro. We can show you the same thing in Winston-Salem here along I-40, Highway 52, 285, whatever they call it nowadays. You've got plenty of slowdowns around the region. This storm system just getting going for our area, and yeah, we're going to continue to have sleet, freezing rain mixed together, and a good amount of icing, unfortunately, a really bad amount of icing as we go into tomorrow. So our forecast does continue to show that you're going to find more and more of these showers coming down around the area. I did just check outside. We were talking about cars being iced over. That's something that continues to be an issue. That purple shade on the map, it's meant to show you sleet, but again, I never take the coloration on the radar too seriously. It's best just to go outside and look for yourself. Our futurecast keeps us socked in. This is your icy mix that's going to continue through tomorrow morning. That's 4 a.m. there. This is 6 and 7 a.m. We're not noticing the temperature rising all that much, so we're still going to be in the 20s basically all day long. And as the daytime continues, we're kind of in this for the long haul. It's not ending until about 7 o'clock or so tomorrow evening, and at that point, the damage is probably done, I'm sorry to say. So take it seriously, continue to be hunkered down. Basically, that's what we're going to be doing, just kind of keeping you informed and hunkered down, and that's the way it's going to have to be, I guess. By the end of this, you could pick up about 1 to 2, maybe 2 to 3 inches of sleet. But on top of that, this is the bigger concern. Half an inch of ice or more, that's enough to be a disaster. And I do think we could have a disaster with ice across the Carolinas going into tomorrow. So we don't say that lightly, but we have seen them before in the Carolinas. This won't be the last one we see either. It's just going to be a big mess to clean up as we go through the next couple of days. So for tomorrow, it's pretty wet pretty much all day long. Freezing rain is dangerous. You can't really drive in it. You can't do much in it. So don't try to. Those impacts will be pretty extreme. Once we get into next week, that's when we're starting to, try and clean up. But the winds are going to be a bit of a problem, not just on Monday, but also for Tuesday. Some breezy weather there and bitterly cold temperatures too. They're going to be falling down into the single digits as we go into Tuesday morning. So there's a lot to cover. There's a lot to talk about. We have time. We have time to talk about all these things because we're going to keep covering this storm for you, Ben, and we're seeing impacts across the area. It was just a couple of hours ago. We're kind of checking our watch saying, where is all the storm? What's going on?
Yeah, you were sweating bullets over there being like, what's happening?
How quickly things can change, right? And now we're nervous that, I don't think I expected it to be this bad this quickly. So that's another side of the coin that, hopefully slacks off a little bit over the next couple of hours.
And when you say this bad, you mean the switch to freezing rain this early?
Yeah, so when I go outside, I already see a little bit of a shininess to the leaves on the trees. That's showing us that there is some ice that's accumulating on stuff.
Okay.
And so that's already going to begin that weighing down process. So the earlier that starts, and maybe it'll slow down some overnight, or we could switch back to sleet fully, that would be good, but it's a concern. I thought we could hold that off until probably tomorrow morning, but we're well ahead of schedule in that department, so not a great sign.
You know, all night long we've been asking you, if you have a weather question, text it in to us. We'll try to get you an answer here on TV.
Sure.
KB just asked a really good question. She's from Lake Jeanette, and she wants to know, how does sleet and freezing rain look different when they're coming down? How do you tell what it is?
Oh, okay. So, good question. Great question. The way I would answer that is, what does a raindrop look like when it's coming down to you? That's exactly how freezing rain looks. It's exactly the same thing. So freezing rain is literally just a raindrop. There's no difference. The only difference is that when it hits the ground, it starts to freeze. So freezing rain is regular, plain rain, but the temperature around the area is like below freezing. So 19 in this case, and that's when it comes down. Now a sleet pellet, you do see those, and if you have light shining on them, they could kind of look like snowflakes, but they come down way too fast. You know, a snowflake is kind of falling slowly. Sleet comes down hard and fast, and it bounces when it hits the table, and it makes sounds kind of like that too.
So that's the biggest difference. The easiest way to tell maybe is the sound. With the sleet,
right.
You hear a pinging sound.
Yes, if you hear it coming down, it's most likely sleet.
It also really hurts when it hits your face.
It does, and it's been doing that to me the last little bit, yeah.
Oh, poor guy out there. Hey, I want to tell you, if you have a question just like KB, text the number, this right here, 336-379-5775. We'll try to get it answered for you. Just into our newsroom, an update about the bus system in Greensboro. They are now posting online that because of this winter storm, they have stopped service for tonight. That started at 9 o'clock, and then they say that tomorrow, Sunday, they're not going to operate at all. And then they're not even sure what's going to happen on Monday yet because they're worried about the roads. They said you need to check back with them. The easiest way to do that is to follow the City of Greensboro on Facebook, by the way. This is part of what they're dealing with, not only the roads, but as Tim Buckley said, our cars are also starting to ice over, and you really have to get to scraping if you are going to get out and about anywhere at this point. So our roads right now don't look terrible, but I want to show you what this storm is capable of. This was earlier today in Memphis, Tennessee. You can see that actually Arkansas. You can see one side of the highway totally covered over there. The other side, cars stranded, almost whiteout conditions. Please be careful if you have to get out and about. In fact, in some areas, they even had ambulances that couldn't make it. Emergency vehicles were getting stuck in this out on the roads. That's how bad it was in some other places. So the North Carolina Department of Emergency Management is saying right now, they're asking you to stay at home. And in fact, they say we're past the monitoring phase, we're past the preparing phase. Right now, we're at the staying at home phase. But I know some of you have to work, you got to check on your loved ones. So if you do have to get out and about, listen to this really important advice for driving in this winter weather from emergency management. Of course, they say slow down and pay attention. You want to leave plenty of room between you and other vehicles. Be careful of those bridges and overpasses. They're going to ice first. We're already starting to see a lot of that. And if you do start to slide, this is really important. They say take your foot off the gas, turn the steering wheel in the direction of the slide, and do not push the brakes. That will cause you to further lose control of the car. But they really say if you can, just stay home. I thought this was really funny. They said, your car doesn't have ice skates. It's not a Zamboni. It's no match for the ice. And it's so true, Alex.
Oh, Ben, you're absolutely correct on that. And let's take a look at Triad traffic and see how those conditions are. This is 285. Yeah, that does not look fun. You can actually see the sleet here on those roadways and people and drivers, motorists slowing it down, which is good news. We definitely have already seen some impacts across at least parts of the foothills and even here most recently into the Triad. So starting to foothills, we are getting freezing rain reports there into Surrey County. And so already starting to see a little bit of that frozen liquid out there. Sleet, of course, being reported in Wilkes County there. And you saw a couple of those reports over towards Alamance County. We'll have to check in on those and see what those are. Here's a look at the traffic right now. A lot of yellow. This is good. We're seeing people slowing down, maybe a little bit more of a slowdown between High Point there and areas to the south along I-74. And so we're going to have to watch some of those drive times. They're going to be slower as we go through the evening, typically doing this, of course, during the daytime. But as you're going from Winston-Salem to Greensboro on 421, it'll take you about 32 minutes. And from there, from Winston-Salem to Greensboro, if you're taking 40, it'll be 30 minutes. So it is taking a lot longer to get certain places than you may be used to. It looks like the speed of those interstates down to about 50 miles an hour. And that's good news. People are slowing it down as we look across the Triad. I did see some yellow earlier. It looks like we have picked up some of that across the area, at least speed-wise, as that sleet storm kind of came through. We're going to take a short break, but we'll be back with much more winter weather coverage after this.
A major storm is closing in. Be ready. WFMY News 2 will be with you through it all. From snow to sleet to freezing rain, we have got your back. We'll keep you informed on every platform, on TV, streaming on WFMY Plus, and anytime on WFMYnews2.com. This is your trusted team, your most accurate weather team 11 years in a row. Stay with us. We'll weather the storm together and be there through the aftermath of Mother Nature's mess. WFMY News 2, your source ahead of, during, and after the storm.
The roads just keep getting worse out there as this storm continues to hit the Triad. An employee here at work just came in and told us that on the way in, they hit 3 patches of black ice. They said it's really bad on the turns out there, so be careful. But the good news is that they said the city of Greensboro did really well salting the hills this time around. Our Nixon Norman has been all around Guilford County tonight. Nixon, what are you seeing out there on the roads?
Ben, I'm actually so glad you brought that up about the city of Greensboro doing a really good job at salting and brining the roads. I don't have much of an update for you, but I do have one, and that is that the road conditions, well, they're still pretty much the same, except I don't know if you can see on this farmost right lane over here. Again, the salt and the brine seem to be doing their job. I think that's also accompanied with just the most amount of cars kind of going down these 2 most far right lanes. Again, just really melting any kind of buildup that was on the roads. I mean, you just see car after car continue to kind of, if they're not already going down one of those lanes, they get over to those lanes because they see, just like us, that it is melting on that side of the road compared to the left side of the road, where you still see a good bit of accumulation and sleet and all of the things that make driving hard and scary and not as safe during this time. We are out here. This is off I-40 near the Gallimore Dairy Road, just to give you some context on where we're at. Now, I don't know if this is the case in a lot of places, but if you do see a patch like that, that is less slippery, that has melted, it's likely best to go down that lane instead of the others. Again, we're here off I-40 near Gallimore Dairy Road. I'm Nixon Norman, sending it back to you, Ben.
Nixon, the best part of your live shot to me is the fact that no one's on the road. It's like you never see I-40 like that. Has it been that slow all hour?
Yeah, it has been steadily slow. Like, I'm not going to sit here and say that it is a ghost town. I think people are still trying to get maybe to that spot where they're going to end up and hopefully kind of shack up for the next couple of days as things hopefully get better, but could get worse. So yeah, there is some traffic here, but it's definitely not your regular night on I-40. It is much less busy than that.
It's also definitely not your regular night over in downtown Burlington. The last time we saw you, Bryce, it was sleeting out there. Is it still coming down?
Yes, we had a short break, but it's starting to pick up again. It's starting to cover everything in sight, the roads, the sidewalks, even cars. We've only seen 1 car go by, which is a good thing, meaning that people are taking these warnings seriously. But kind of like Nixon said over where she is, right here in downtown Burlington, it is a bit of a ghost town. You can hear a car that's right behind me right now. If you can hear them, they coming down, this is a Jeep. You can hear on the road, they're, going through some ice, going through some sleet. Like, these are not the type of road conditions that you really want to drive on. Again, you see a Jeep, you see a car that's kind of like, hello, how you doing? You see in a car that is high up off the ground. However, we had a truck earlier say that even 4x4s are starting to slide, or 4-wheel drives are starting to slide as well on these roads, excuse me. And so, yes, please stay home. Do not get on these roads. They are slick. It's even slick walking on this sidewalk right now, making sure I can keep my balance. Right now, we are downtown Burlington, live in Burlington. Bryce Parker, WFMY News 2.
Thanks, Bryce. We have it. We have the storm outside right now. We can see it clear as day. Winter storm warning continues, not just through tomorrow, but all the way through Monday. The reason for that is that we do have continuing impacts afterwards. Now, our freezing rain forecast, I'm really not liking what I'm seeing around the area. We're already seeing freezing rain coming down, mixing in with sleet and coating things in ice. That means we could be trending toward more of the area picking up over ½ inch, maybe even higher than that. And once you get to a ½ inch, it's already a disaster. So we're not trying to be dramatic, but just based on what I'm seeing outside, we might need to up those totals rather than decrease them. So we've got some concern out there. Hour by hour forecast taking us through tomorrow. Overnight temperatures, right now we're still in the teens. It's going to stay that way, and freezing rain or sleet is going to continue. That's just going to be where we are. So you are where you are right now at home, and I'd encourage you to do this. Make sure to charge everything up right now that you want to have access to, go ahead and do that, because we don't know how long we'll have power with this storm. So charge up your devices. I would also say, you know, if it were me, usually keep that thermostat at 68 or something. I'm not doing that tonight. I'm cranking that up a little bit higher, because you might need to keep as much heat in the house as you can over the next couple of days. So that's just my opinion. Winter impacts, like we saw with the sleet, a lot of that is a little bit more minor to moderate, but the ice, the travel problems, the power, we're not there yet in the extreme category with any of those. But that's just kind of where I'm thinking we're headed with those. Heading into next week, we have to worry about some wind on Monday and Tuesday. That doesn't sound like a big problem, but if all of our trees are pretty icy, that can quickly become a problem as well. And then the low temperatures early next week, well, that's a big problem too, getting us down into the single digits basically as we go into Tuesday morning. So that'll be a big problem as well. Just to kind of bottom line it for you, major impacts are coming our way from sleet and from ice. We're just in the beginning stages of this storm right about now. We still have about 20 hours to go, so it's going to be a while. Right now it's in the teens everywhere. We're seeing a mixed bag of freezing rain and ice. And yeah, it's taken a toll on the roads. There's another live look at our traffic map. Wendover, the Urban Loop, I-40, all showing some slowdowns. But as our reporters have been showing us, it looks like people are mostly respecting the conditions, and hopefully that continues. The radar is busy. It'll stay that way through the day tomorrow. And we've got ourselves an ice storm on the way, folks. This is not going to be pretty. Ice storms are never fun, and they can be dangerous. And so it's important for you to respect it and just do your thing at home for the next little bit. Now, our weather impact alert is going to continue all the way through Tuesday of next week.
He said crank up the heat. Also, go shut all those blinds of rooms you're not using. Keep the heat in. Do that during the commercial break, and we'll be right back.
The flurries, they are making an appearance across parts of the Triad. This is video from Burlington tonight where snow is falling, but lightly. We're also seeing flurries in Archdale tonight. You can tell that these are snowflakes because they're not falling directly to the ground. They're more floating to the ground. WFMY News 2's Tanya Rivera sent us video showing sleet coming down in Kernersville tonight. It's difficult to see, but you can certainly hear it. We are also seeing some outages just kind of sporadically across the Triad. Nothing too extensive, but we know that will change as we push on into the evening. We know the power will go out for lots of people, so now is the time to charge devices, find extra batteries, know where you can find a flashlight, and gather supplies you would need to deal with an outage that could last for days. We know this storm will impact everyone differently, and that's why we've got our team spread across several counties tonight to see the impacts. Bryce Parker is in Alamance County. Lauren Tier is monitoring conditions in Winston-Salem. Nixon Norman is in Guilford County, but let's start with Tim, who's got an update on the radar.
Yeah, hey guys, you know, we're outside here tracking the storm for you every step of the way, looking at a lot of storm reports. And if we can, this is actually on our Max 2 box. So if we could switch over to the Max 1, I can show you what I'm going to talk about here. Temperatures are really cold outside, and this is just part of the deal. Temperatures are right about 17 to 18 degrees. I mean, think about that. 17 degrees, still dealing with sleet. And the big problem is that we're already seeing sleet mixing in with freezing rain. So let me talk to you real quick. The fact that it's already switching over to some icing is not good. We were hoping to keep that at bay all the way through the middle of tomorrow morning. So the fact that we're already getting some icing on things outside at this stage in the game, that's concerning to me. And I do think that we're trending toward a very major event if this continues. Now, it could still switch back a little bit overnight tonight, but again, I'm just letting you know, I don't like the trends that we've seen so far. That tells me that there's a lot of warm air above our heads here in the Piedmont. And when you have all that warm air, you're melting those snowflakes into raindrops, and then they're hitting the ground and they're freezing on contact, which is giving us some big problems. Now, we are noticing heavier precipitation and lighter precipitation. In the areas where it's coming down hard, it's mostly been falling as some sleet. In the other areas, well, that's where you're seeing more of this kind of a freezing drizzle of sorts. And just looking around where I am outside, and certainly I can tell you the cars in our parking lot, they've all got a shiny, shimmering, icy coating already, and not something, again, that you want to see. Now, we're not seeing dangerous levels of ice on any trees or power lines right now. That's not going to happen for a long time. But if it continues through the night, and it continues into tomorrow morning, well, that's when we get ourselves in trouble. And that's what I think we want to watch for. Notice this is all the way through about 11 a.m. tomorrow morning. We're still in the thick of the storm at this point. Here's about 2 o'clock tomorrow afternoon, still dealing with more of this freezing potential. And by tomorrow afternoon and evening, that's finally when it's leaving us alone. But we've got a long way to go here, at least about 20 hours left with this system.
Tim, thank you. If it's not freezing yet, if it's not sleeting yet in your neck of the woods, it will be soon. We're checking in with our team who's spread out across 3 Triad counties tonight. The last time we checked in with Nixon Norman, she was talking about how some of the roads were starting to look like they were icing over. How is that compared to now, Nixon?
Chad, I'm not going to say if it's freezing or not, but if I had to gauge, it's absolutely freezing out here. Now, I will say, even though it feels like even from 10 minutes ago it's colder than it was, I do have some good news about the roads. I've talked a lot about this side of the road, which is going away from us here on the overpass, but I actually want to show this side of the road, which seems to be a lot more melted than the one that I have continued to talk about. You see the lane most close to the median right there still looks very iced over, very slick, but those other 3 lanes, that salt and that brine seems to have been doing its job. I mean, I think it's that accompanied along with the fact that more cars are going down those lines, and that has something to do with, you know, just the accumulation melting on the road. But as of right now, since we've been here for probably going on an hour and a half now, I'd have to say the roads actually look a lot better than they did when we first arrived. I mean, I'm even having an easier time walking around right now than when I was when we first got here. So even though it feels colder to me, seems like the roads might actually be doing better right here just off I-40 and Gallimore Dairy Road. Now, I'm not saying go out and just go willy-nilly on the roads, but for now, things do look like they're melting right over here off I-40 where we're at.
And Nixon, obviously you are higher up on a bridge right now, and about every time you turn, we can hear that wind on your microphone. Is it pretty windy out there?
Oh, I do apologize for the folks watching at home. I know that's a horrible noise, but yes, it's windy. I've actually said throughout the day to my photographer here with me and to you guys at home that the wind feels like it's cutting me in half at some points. I mean, my ears are probably red as my coat just because of that wind. It just really whips through. Yes, Chad, that is true.
All right, Nixon, thank you so much. We'll check in with you in a little bit. WFMY News 2's Lauren Tier is standing by in Winston-Salem at the staging area where dozens of utility trucks are waiting to be called up. Hey, Lauren.
Hey, Chad. Yeah, so we've actually moved from the staging site where all of those utility trucks were, drove a little bit a ways away down to downtown Winston-Salem, where right now we're on an overpass of Highway 421. Now, what I can tell you is that just looking at the roads to my right, they just look wet, okay? I can see there's sleet falling. I can see the little ripples hitting the puddles kind of on the side of the road. One thing we can see, though, is on these ramps, there are some, just got pelted in the eyeball, sorry. We can see some tracks of that sleet from people coming up the ramp, coming off the highway. Another thing to note is it's been really quiet. I mean, we have not seen that many cars making their way down the highway at this point. No one has been going super fast that I can tell. It's interesting, we actually were just chatting with some downtown Winston-Salem police officers, and they said that it's been a relatively quiet night. They said they kind of feel like people have been heeding those warnings to stay off the road and just stay home if at all possible. Again, it is sleeting again here in Winston. It had slowed down a little bit when we last checked in with y'all, but it has picked up. You can hear it hitting the sidewalk, you can hear it hitting the road, and it's been pretty consistent with what we saw back when we were at that staged area where all of those utility trucks were. Again, now we've moved to an overpass off of 421 to kind of check out what these roads look like, get a good viewpoint of anybody going into or out of downtown. Like I said, it's been pretty quiet. Regardless, I said the roads are wet. The sidewalks, however, pretty slippery. I'm gonna give you a demonstration and hopefully not fall, okay? Nothing fancy here. I'm not gonna moonwalk, although I've been practicing, but I'm not gonna embarrass myself, okay? But it is slippery. So I imagine a lot of the sidewalks here in downtown Winston-Salem probably have some of that sleet accumulation. So if you are walking around for whatever reason, definitely be sure to know where you're putting your feet, okay? Maybe get some boots on and try to find some traction because, like I said, slipping and sliding over here. As for the roads, though, haven't seen anything yet. I will say Sheriff Bobby Kimbrough of Forsyth County did release a statement asking people again to stay off the roads. He said that deputies were out and about, he was out and about, and said that there were just dangerous conditions, hazardous conditions to be driving, and is encouraging anyone who can avoid driving to do that, of course, tonight. We'll continue to bring you updates as to what downtown Winston-Salem looks like, what these roads look like as we get further into this evening. Live in Forsyth County, Lauren Tier, WFMY News 2.
Lauren, thanks so much. WFMY News 2's Bryce Parker is east of there. He's live in Burlington, monitoring conditions tonight. Bryce, I know you've seen a lot of people out and about at the Walmart you were at earlier today. Hopefully they've all gone inside at this point.
Yeah, Chad, it seems like they have, because earlier we saw so many cars in and out of the Walmart trying to get essential items that they would need for the rest of the day, but also throughout the weekend for however long these icy conditions might last. And as we saw, we only seen a couple people on the roads. They're going very slow, leaving the downtown area. Hopefully they're going home. So when it comes to these roads, they are starting to get icy, very slick. However, we have seen a couple of trucks going by, putting down salt and brine on the road. So hopefully these road conditions do start to get better down here in downtown Burlington. Now we do want to step aside really quick to show you the hood or the trunk of this car. Sleet is starting to accumulate on these vehicles pretty bad. As you can see, that's probably an indication of what is going to continue to happen through the night and tomorrow. Please do not drive. As you can see, it's covering the entire back windshield of this car. It's creating visibility issues, and if you're not visible on your windshield, you don't have any traction on your wheels, it is just going to continue to be a bad situation if you decide to be on the road. So please heed the warnings that we're telling you. It is not safe to drive right now. Please just stay home, stay warm, watch some TV, enjoy time with your family, and please be as safe as possible. Chad?
Bryce, are you able to tell while looking at that, are you able to tell whether it's sleet or freezing rain? So Tim had described before that freezing rain, you're able to tell the difference between sleet because it will bounce off of your jacket, for example. Is it bouncing or is it staying put on your coat? Because if so, that could be freezing rain.
So, Chad, that's actually a great question. So what we saw accumulating on the back of the truck, that was sleet at first, but just as this live shot started, we are actually starting to get freezing rain right now. So we're starting to see things kind of change over. Like you said, the sleet kind of would bounce off my coat or bounce off the car. You can kind of hear it, but that freezing rain, it just kind of comes down, it sticks. And then, like Tim said earlier, the freezing rain just, kind of freezes on whatever surface that, that the liquid does hit.
And that is bad news because Tim said we want to keep this sleet coming without switching over to freezing rain until at least late morning, if not around noontime. But this is well before that. Bryce, thank you so much. As we mentioned, hundreds of National Guard troops have been deployed across North Carolina to help emergency responders. Many of them arrived in Guilford County earlier tonight. The agency says it has more than 450 troops on standby and about 180 vehicles ready to go if needed. They're also delivering equipment and critical supplies to staging areas. A good resource for monitoring road conditions is drivenc.gov. Just toggle on the snow and ice layer to see which counties are reporting impacted roads. All weather-related issues will show up with a snowflake icon. The city of Greensboro also has an interactive snow removal map. You can check its website to track the progress of clearing roads in real time. Now, keep in mind, none of that will likely start happening until after this storm is over tomorrow night.
Across the Triad, we're starting to get some more pictures in from you of what this storm is looking like. Take a look at this that just came in on our Facebook page from Greensboro. You can see the roads start to look ashy as they're getting covered up with that sleet as it falls. Even some of the yard, you're starting to see it accumulate there. Same thing here with this shot. Starting to stick in Greensboro is what it said. The sidewalk and street is completely white in that neighborhood. And I want to show you from Mount Airy, they did get a little bit of snow up there, it looks like, accumulated on the car there, but not that much. Still, they're seeing the same thing they're seeing in Greensboro around the rest on the pavement of it sticking as well. Greensboro police just posted, we're receiving reports that people are trying to head out of town, maybe Charlotte, Raleigh, to ride out the storm with family or friends. They say, we need to be perfectly clear. The time has come and gone for that, and you should not be on the roads. They go on to say things are becoming very icy, very fast, and by you being out on the road endangers yourself and first responders. I do want to tell you that EMS says that Guilford County and Randolph County have had a few accidents so far. We're still checking with the other counties to see what it's like over there. And the city of Greensboro has suspended bus operations at this point. They actually stopped it at 9 o'clock. They said that because the roads have gotten so bad, they just can't keep going, that they're going to be closed all day tomorrow. The GTA will not be running in Greensboro. And they go on to say, we're not even sure it's going to open back up on Monday. The best thing to do before you take the bus is check out the City of Greensboro Facebook page to find out. Alex, this storm already having a lot of impacts.
Yeah, in fact, Ben, we're actually starting to see several storm reports come in here. As Tim mentioned, looking at a couple of them, do you see these icons? We don't want to see these icons. That's the freezing rain icon, and indeed we're starting to see freezing rain actually accumulate across parts of the area. Up towards Surrey County, about 1/10 of an inch of freezing rain already. And then Randolph County, a glaze now starting to form on elevated surfaces, a few ice pellets mixed in, but it is predominantly freezing rain being reported. That is to our south in Randolph County, already starting up with some of the freezing rain, as well as Alamance County. My bad, I'm still learning pronunciations there. You can see freezing rain report there in Alamance County as well. So this is not good news. We're already starting to see this impact here as we continue to watch over the last couple of hours what looks like snow, what looks like sleet, but a lot of different types of precipitation types mixing in there. Sometimes freezing rain, sometimes sleet, sometimes flurrying. Not a whole lot of snow for those, unfortunately. So it does look like the warm air is really starting to win. Not at the surface. It's cold. It's freezing cold. It is in the teens across the area here. And so hopefully we'll start to see that glaze of ice kind of pop back and kind of back off a little bit until we get into the day tomorrow. Otherwise, as Tim said, this is a very serious situation, because if we're already starting to see a glaze of ice on things now, and that continues through the overnight, we've now extended the amount of time that we're having freezing rain, and that could lead to definitely some serious impacts. We'll be right back with more storm coverage after this.
We know the impacts here will be rough for us to deal with, but imagine what it must be like for people in the mountains who are still recovering from Hurricane Helene. One of the groups that has been on the ground in western North Carolina since the storm hit is Operation Hilo. Even now, they've been helping people who are still trying to recover. Natasha Rodriguez is the operations director with Operation Hilo. She's live with us now. Natasha, thank you so much for joining us. From what you understand, how are the weather conditions right now in western North Carolina?
Deteriorating very quickly. The ice has definitely moved more into freezing rain now at this point, and ice. We were kind of hoping it would hold off a little bit. For about the last 2 hours, the roadways have gotten really dangerous in those areas.
And I know that your group, really for the past year and a half, more than that, has been helping people affected by Hurricane Helene. What have you done this time around as we prepare for this storm?
So yesterday we gave out all of our generators, propane, gas cans, heaters that we still had. We wish we could have done a whole lot more, but we gave out everything possible. A huge shout out to Tractor Supply yesterday. They helped me find some much needed generators for some of our seniors in the community that, oh, bless their sweet little hearts. They had said, we're just going to make it through this storm wrapped in blankets. And that is definitely not something that you can do at their age.
For someone like yourself and your group that knows really just the heart of Western North Carolina right now and what they have been going through and what they still need to go through, I imagine you're concerned about this storm.
I am. They are very concerned. But you know what? Western North Carolina is very strong, and they show up for each other. And they'll get through this the same way they always have, by taking care of their neighbors. But the infrastructure is so new, so anything could disrupt that, especially this bad of an ice storm.
What are some of the issues they are still dealing with out there, still from Hurricane Helene?
We still have people living in temporary housing, and campers in this kind of weather, they freeze. The water freezes, the pipes freeze, the campers are cold. It's hard to keep them warm. You're going through propane left and right. That's a very huge need right now still in Western North Carolina.
And, you know, from what we understand, and we were out there with you guys at the 1 year mark, a lot of people are still living in tents. I can't even imagine what a storm like this would mean for the people who are dealing with that.
Oh, this is tragedy. I mean, this is literally tragedy just waiting to happen, because it's, you know, in the single digits right now in some places, and this storm is just now getting started. So we've got a lot of people that are going to need a lot of help in the next few days.
Outside of your organization, have you seen other groups, you know, kind of frantically trying to help these people out there ahead of this storm?
Oh my goodness, there are so many organizations out there right now trying to help everybody. It has been so amazing to see so many come together. The state has activated the National Guard, which is amazing, and they are stationed all over the state. We've got a lot of our partners that are out there doing all kinds of amazing things. Food for shelters right now, just making sure that people's got warmth, being there to take people to the shelters if they need it. It has just been amazing to see all these nonprofits and agencies show up for their neighbors.
Do you know if there's a plan once the storm is over to help people? Because, I mean, from what we understand, the impacts are going to be lasting for at least a few days.
There is. We have been on calls with the State Emergency Management and North Carolina VOAD. They do have a plan. It is definitely very fluid at this time. We personally are closely monitoring the conditions and coordinating with local and state emergency management in case aviation is needed. Our pilots have been activated. They are ready to respond once this storm has passed.
And so please tell me more about that. So, you know, obviously, for people who don't know, during Hurricane Helene, Operation Hilo used countless helicopters to rescue people. How are you using that network this time?
So we have an app, and our pilots sign into our app, and we can activate them and let them know that, guys, we've been activated. Just kind of stay up to date. We'll definitely let you know when and where you're needed. And that's a good way for us to respond to them. Our tech team is already getting plans in place. So if a local county emergency manager would call us and say, hey, we've got someone that needs to be evacuated out, or we need to get medication to this person and the roads are closed and we can't get to them, we are that avenue.
All right, Natasha Rodriguez from Operation Hilo, thank you for your time. I do appreciate it. We'll be thinking of you all in the coming days. We're going to take a quick break and we'll be right back.
Right now, we are in the middle of a WFMY News 2 Weather Impact Alert Day. Hey there, I'm Ben Briscoe. At the moment, the roads are the big concern from this storm, but as we get more freezing rain, we're going to turn our attention to power outages. Right now, looking at the Duke Energy map, this looks like a normal day. There's no real big outages from this storm yet, but that will change, and because we know it's going to change, Duke Energy is prepared. They have stationed over 18,000 crews across the Carolinas, including here at the Four Seasons Town Center in Greensboro, where they've got 400 trucks ready to roll just right there. Even 800 trucks up in Wilkesboro staged there. They also, earlier this week, donated $100,000 to the Red Cross to help them set up shelters, to buy blankets, generators, whatever's needed in case the power goes out so people can stay warm. Now, if you're trying to heat your house right now, it's really cold. You might be using a space heater. NC Emergency Management says make sure you give that thing 3 feet of space between anything that could catch on fire, because it can happen faster than you think, and it's one of the biggest ways that people get injured in a winter storm like this. If you're using a generator, once the power goes out, really important here, you want that at least 20 feet away from your house. That way that carbon monoxide does not go back into your home. And if you are driving out and about, another issue with power outages are the lights that are out. I already saw a little bit of this earlier today. Here's what to do if you approach a stoplight that's out. Treat it as a complete stop, then you want to proceed with caution. Basically, it's like a 4-way stop. You know this, but people don't do it. You really have to stay safe. Also, right now, I want you to pull out your phones and put this website in your phone, readync.gov. If you do have to find a shelter, if your power goes out and you need somewhere to go, they're going to list all the locations. Of course, we'll also have that for you on WFMYnews2.com.
I really don't have a good feeling about where we are right now. going forward. The reason I say that, I thought we could hold off sleet until probably tomorrow morning. Continuing to be sleet is what I meant to say, and then we would switch over. That's already happening for some, and so that's just a bad sign with this event. And probably around your home, you're already starting to see that little bit of an icy glaze. I know we are here at the station. Now, it's 15 to 18 degrees outside. It is bitterly cold. There is no two ways about it, and that's kind of where we're going to stay for a long time, obviously. Our temperature, there's no situation here where it's just going to like rise above freezing. We're in this until tomorrow night. That's just the way that it is. So from here on out, until about 7 o'clock on your Sunday, we're going to be adding to whatever has already been out there. Now, the traffic has kind of been a guide, and a lot of times when we get into winter storm situations, I like to look at the road conditions and see what's going on. There have been slowdowns reported. This actually looks a little better than it did an hour or so ago, and I think it might be dependent on how hard are things coming down. Right now, we're in a bit of a lull where things have been a little bit lighter. Earlier, we had a big thump of sleet that kind of put down some quick accumulation and made some stuff pretty slick. It's definitely slick outside, and you know, if you're a nurse that's trying to debate, you know, how you're going to get to the hospital overnight tonight, or you know, any sort of essential worker, hey, we get that. Take it slow. Just take it really slow, because you're going to need to do that tonight and into tomorrow morning. There are gaps in the radar, as we said, but sometimes this can be a little bit deceiving. A lot of times in a situation like this, we actually have a little bit of drizzle falling that the radar can't always see very well, and that sticks to the trees and the power lines also. So we're going to be watching that all throughout the night tonight. We'll have you updated on the morning show as well. Temperatures are likely to stay bitterly cold overnight. Our futurecast is a little too warm. Those temperatures are a little bit too warm there. Now, it still has us mixing with sleet through tomorrow morning, but then predominantly just freezing rain tomorrow morning, tomorrow midday, and into tomorrow afternoon. I'll be blunt about it. This is trending toward an ice storm for our area, and I think we're going to have a lot of power outages and a lot of problems by Sunday afternoon around the area, so charge everything up.
Tim, thank you. If it's not falling yet, sleet and freezing rain will soon start coating your neck of the woods. We're checking in with our team who's spread out across 3 counties tonight. The last time we checked in with Nixon Norman, she was telling us about some roads that appear to be freezing. How's it going now?
Well, Chad, the roads still don't look great. I know I wouldn't really be comfortable driving on them tonight. It's just not my cup of tea, and really it should be no one's cup of tea. But on the topic of freezing rain, I'm not really sure I've ever actually seen it with my own eyes, and I'm not even going to try to attempt to say, maybe you can see it around me on the camera. You probably can't. But I can look up, and in this like street light I'm looking into, I can see the freezing rain falling all around me. And I can definitely feel that the wind is picking up. And that added with the freezing rain, I'm sure that's only a recipe for even scarier and more dangerous roads. Again, we are still out here on I-40 and things do not look great. It's definitely getting colder out here. It's definitely getting more windy, and I can see that freezing rain that Chief Meteorologist Tim Buckley continues to talk about. It's real and it's happening right now, and it's expected to happen throughout the night, and you should not be on the roads.
Nixon, I appreciate it. You know, I saw, you know, behind you, it looks as though there's actually more vehicles on the road than there were the last time we checked in. Seems to be they're going pretty slow, though, but I mean, I'm kind of surprised that there are as many vehicles out there as there are.
Yeah, Chad, actually, you're right. Like, I didn't really realize that until you just said that. There are more people on the road. I mean, it's not a ghost town out here on I-40. There are still people out on the streets. And I mean, speaking of people out on the streets, I'm sure we've seen probably over a dozen of those salt and brine trucks on the streets. So they're still out here actively doing their job. But yeah, there are people on the road. They're taking it slow. They're using their hazards. They're getting over in those lanes that do look more cleared out due to the salt and the brine and just more traffic on them. So yeah, there are still brave souls out there taking the roads, yes.
All right, Nixon, thank you. WFMY News 2's Lauren Tier is standing by in Winston-Salem. The last time we saw her, she was at a bridge over the road there. And how is it looking now, Lauren?
Well, Chad, it is still really cold. It is still sleeting, or maybe it's frozen rain at this point coming down again. We are on an overpass. right over 421 in downtown Winston-Salem. As of right now, roads seem to be okay where we are. It's the sidewalks and the bricks that seem to be getting pretty slippery. I stepped in the grass a couple seconds ago. It's crunchy. All of our equipment is covered in ice at this point, but as far as driving goes, it doesn't look too bad, at least in this part of downtown Winston-Salem. As I was saying, that sleet is still coming down just like it was a few hours ago when we were over at the station, the staging of utility trucks at the fairgrounds of Winston-Salem. There were about 100 trucks over there. Those crews are prepped and ready to go in case there are those widespread power outages that we are expecting. When I was over there, they were doing all kinds of preps, putting gas in the trucks. They were putting tarps over certain pieces of equipment. I saw tree removal service trucks moving in and out, different linemen walking around through the trucks, checking on all that equipment, making sure it is absolutely ready to go if and when those power outages do happen. Again, right now we're still in downtown Winston-Salem. Yes, it's still cold. You already know that. But it is sleeting about as consistently as it has been. The other thing that I've noticed in the past maybe hour or so, the ice is also sticking to our car. Obviously on the hood and the windshield, it's melting pretty quickly, but on like our side mirrors, our doors, our door handles even if we're gone for about 2 minutes, you can feel the resistance when you try to get back in, and we are definitely desperate to get back in that car when the time comes because it's cold.
All right, Lauren, thank you. It has been several years since we have dealt with a lot of ice on the roads. You might be out of practice when it comes to driving on them when they're this icy. When you're driving just 35 miles an hour, for example, an icy road can increase a normal stopping distance by 10 times because tires lose that critical traction. Maybe you've heard this before, but it's a good refresher. When stopping, don't hold down on the brake. Pump it instead. If your car ends up sliding, steer it in the direction you want the car to go. You've heard us say the roads will be hazardous for a while, and depending on what falls, it could be a challenge to free your car from snow or ice. Maybe you'll consider putting your windshield wipers up beforehand to make it easier. Well, AAA says lifting them can keep blades from freezing to the windshield, but it can also put stress on the springs inside the wiper arm. To avoid both, consider putting a blanket or a tarp over the entire windshield before the storm or even right now, so it's clear when you take it off afterward. Either way, experts say it's most important that your wipers are in good condition and your washer fluid is good for below freezing temperatures. WFMY News 2's Bryce Parker is now joining us in Burlington, monitoring conditions there. Bryce, how's it looking?
Yes, Chad, we are in downtown Burlington right now. The last time we checked in, there was some sleet turning into freezing rain. Right now, I don't really see anything coming down, so we're good at the moment. But at the moment is the key word. We have seen these roads, they're still slick. Actually, where I'm standing right now, it's starting to get a little slushy a little bit. So it is not looking the best right now. I wouldn't drive like Norman was saying, like Nixon was saying, excuse me. Now, we're gonna pan over here to see, looking at these roads, it almost seems like a clear coat of sleet or icy conditions are out here. We saw a couple cars going by. Haven't seen some lately, so luckily people are still staying inside. But the ones we have seen, they've been going very slow. Some of them we even saw sliding, even drifting a little bit, making these wide left turns. So again, this is not what you want to see. Again, we saw sleet accumulate and ice accumulate on top of cars, on windshields, on side view mirrors and things of that nature. Also, yesterday when we talked to different cities like High Point and Greensboro, they have had their crews ready to go, whether it be tree removal or people treating the roads. We saw trucks here in downtown Burlington starting to treat those roads a little over 20 minutes ago. Again, haven't seen a truck yet, but we are starting to see that these people are ready to go. Also, when being around the city, we have also saw different snow removal vehicles. We saw tree removal vehicles. A lot of personnel is here and around Burlington ready to be deployed whenever they need. Chad?
Well, thank you very much, Bryce, there. Great reporting. Stay safe out there. All of our crews doing an excellent job this evening. Just make sure that you're staying safe as well. Winter storm warnings still in effect, and they're going to remain in effect all the way through Monday afternoon. Same thing for the ice storm warnings. And those to our south, Randolph County, seeing some of those ice reports already in several places across the Triad now starting to bring in reports. It's hard to keep up with all of the ones coming in. But all of these reports we don't want to see. This is all freezing rain icons, which means we're already starting to see a glaze of freezing rain, which is not good news. Again, we're seeing it in Surrey County. We're seeing it all the way over towards, say, Alamance as well. Alamance County getting some of those freezing rain reports. And they're in Randolph County. Remember, I talked about that. So, yeah, we're starting to see that glaze of ice already start to accrete and accumulate. And looking at Piedmont Triad international observations, you can actually see where it says freezing rain, freezing rain, freezing rain, freezing rain, light freezing rain. Now, this seems to be triggered by the intensity of the precip. So when you get a sleet burst and the precip intensity picks up, we get sleet. But as it starts to back off, we start to get light freezing drizzle. And that's most likely what's causing some of the accumulation issues here this evening. Alamance County also seeing some of those ice reports on there. And we're just going to continue to deal with this as we go through the overnight. I really think that we're gearing up for not a good Sunday. I mean, we already knew that we were expecting to see some freezing rain, but if we're seeing it before it was anticipated, that's never good news. That means, again, that window of freezing rain is starting to increase, which means the amounts start to increase as well. Seeing sleet kind of predominantly take over there in the Triad. We're going to continue to keep you updated as this winter storm impacts the Triad.
Back in 1993, WFMY News 2's Bryce Parker looked back at both of them through the eyes of people who remember them well.
The memory of the past bad ice storms lives on in the people who will help us get through the next one. Meteorologist Ed Matthews remembers the storm of the century in 1993.
I remember just a lot of cleanup, power outages, and a tremendous amount of cleanup that just doesn't happen in a 24 or 48-hour period.
He says the approaching storm this weekend reminds him of the one that he experienced more than 3 decades ago.
And we got about 4 or 5 inches of snow, and then all of a sudden, as you know, the mid-levels of the atmosphere warmed up, we started to see a changeover to sleet and freezing rain.
The freezing rain lasted for 2 days, and the ice that followed led to a 9-day power outage at Ed's apartment. Fast forward 2 decades to March 2014, our most recent bad ice storm. Nearly 80,000 people in the Triad were without power for 3 days or more after nearly half an inch of ice coated everything in sight. A Winston-Salem man died after a tree fell on his car. Mayor Mary Kay Abuzawader was on city council at the time.
You couldn't go anywhere. There was no way to traverse this city because it was pretty much covered in ice. And you could hear the tree limbs breaking from the ice. And it was like you were hearing something, some kind of explosion.
Mayor Abuzawader says the gift of preparation is our advantage in the storm. She says having the heads up will allow them to better prepare for a storm like this. And the best way to do your part at home is to stay off the roads.
We need to be prepared for the worst. And I believe our staff and our crews and our personnel have all done that.
Mayor Abuzawader wants you to keep in mind first responders might be forced to put their own lives in danger to come save you if you don't take warnings seriously. We'll be right back.
Neither should you. I'm WFMY News 2 Chief Meteorologist Tim Buckley. Now you can watch live radar 24/7 on WFMY+. We're giving you the power to track the forecast in real time on your schedule so you know what's coming before it arrives. 24/7 Weather Impact is a dedicated live channel with current conditions focused on your hometown, not somewhere else. This is WFMY Weather Impact 24/7 from the Triad's most accurate weather team. Download WFMY Plus on your TV right now and watch for free. Welcome back. Our winter storm is begun. We're a couple of hours into it now. It's really been going on, I guess, since about 6 or 7 earlier this evening. I wanted to start out before we get into all the bad news. Honestly, this is not going so well, in my opinion, so far. I wanted to show you a pretty amazing photo that I have to say I've never seen from our area before. But this is a phenomenon in weather that we call simply light pillars. No fancy name to it, but James Burns saw this. He snapped it and sent it into the station. You see how this just looks almost otherworldly. What's going on is when you have suspended ice crystals in the air, up in the sky, they can scatter light a little bit. And the way that you see this is vertical pillars, just like that. And it's pretty amazing. It looks just like that they were floating. He did note that there was some sleet falling at the time. And of course, it's bitterly cold outside. You usually need really cold air. Temperatures are in the teens right now. We haven't been this cold for this long in quite a while. We are looking at a lot of snow, not here, up in Virginia. Unfortunately for us, we get the short end of the stick this go around. We have a mixed bag of precipitation. I can tell you from just observing out here, when it's coming down a little harder, it's falling as sleet. When it's coming down a little lighter, like it is right now, it's falling as this, what we would call freezing drizzle. Freezing drizzle sounds pretty harmless, but it can actually be quite damaging. What freezing drizzle is when you have this light little rain in the area and the temperature's way below freezing. Unfortunately, that can accumulate even better than heavy freezing rain can. I know that sounds backwards, but if you think about it, if we're pouring down rain, a lot of that is going to be just falling right off of the trees and right off of the power lines. When it's light drizzle, that can actually stick better. And that's a worse scenario. Right now, we're all bitterly cold, as I said. We have freezing rain already falling in parts of the area. So unfortunately, it does give us confidence that we are going to see totals of ½ an inch plus across parts of the area. And I really hate to say this, we might need to expand this category over more of our area. I'm not saying we're doing that right now, but you know, at this point, you're already hunkered down, you're already prepared. We're just gonna have to grit and bear it, right? Charge up those devices, make sure the heat is kind of cranked up a bit in your home too. Temperatures right now are colder than our model thinks they are, so take that for what it's worth. It still has us being a mixture of sleet and freezing rain through tomorrow morning. And then as we go throughout the day tomorrow, you see by lunchtime, we're still in it. It's not even over by the middle of lunchtime tomorrow. We've got ourselves still probably about 20 hours or so left of this thing. So there's a long way to go. All of the winter storm warnings, all of the ice storm warnings, yeah, they're well warranted. Sometimes people say, oh, nothing's going to happen. Well, where are you right now? Because this is going to be, I would say, a pretty bad event going into tomorrow. And I think we'll see some pretty big damage, unfortunately. This is a no travel kind of a Sunday. Just don't do it. Well-timed Sunday, a low impact kind of a day, but it's going to be a big storm. It's just really going to be a big storm for our area. The ice impacts, travel impacts, and power impacts, we've had them up in the high to extreme category. I think that's well placed for now, and it'll keep us through the weekend. Now, winds, not a big issue right now. They won't be a big issue tomorrow. But as we go into Monday and even Tuesday, they will start to get a little bit gusty. So if we have a lot of trees that are all iced up, we've got power lines that are kind of hanging by a thread, those type of things, they could still come down. So I would caution you here. If you have a lot of damage outside, what do we always like to do the day after? We want to go and inspect it. We want to make sure we're assessing the situation. I do the same thing. Monday, you got to be extra careful with that, with those winds whipping around. And then Tuesday morning, 7 degrees. That's going to be very difficult, especially for folks without power.
As the storm continues to hit the Triad, we are getting more information about how it's impacting you. Just moments ago, the city of Greensboro posted announcing the following changes to certain parks. They said as of 9 p.m. today through Sunday, the 25th, GTA will not operate, and all indoor recreation facilities, Gillespie Golf Course, the Greensboro Public Library, the Greensboro History Museum, they're all going to be closed tomorrow as well. The Board of Adjustments also met and said that they're postponing some of their meetings. If you have anything going on at the city, basically the best thing to do is to check the City of Greensboro website. We also have, again, that GTA cancellation and some churches that have started canceling or moving to Zoom tomorrow. Check your church's social media to see what they're doing. Also, check WFMY News too. We've got all the cancellations being reported to us up on our site right now. You can get that at any time. In our state right now, here to help us, the National Guard. This is pictures from earlier tonight of them checking in Greensboro, just in case things keep getting worse. There's going to probably be a lot of rescues on the roads. They're going to be out there helping if it gets really bad. And I also want to show you our nurses, our doctors. This is what they're doing to make sure that you're healthy and you're going to stay safe. They're staying at the hospital overnight. This is Cone Health, where they set up a bunch of cots for them. They even stocked their freezer. Look at this. Uncrustables, Hot Pockets, Una Pizza. That sounds like great snow food to me. Also, Tim showed you this great picture of the sleet coming down in these ice pillars. We're also getting some other pictures that I really love, like this one from Gibsonville of a little bluebird hunkering down to stay away from the cold in his box.
Boy, I think everybody's just looking for a place to hunker down, Tim.
Yeah, and you know, if you're watching us at home, hopefully you're warm, you're being safe, you're doing all those smart things. Our job is right now. This is why we do what we do, to keep you informed of what's going on. We think tomorrow's going to be a pretty tough day. We've got a lot more coming up for you at the top of the hour.
That's right, and we will see you then, so stay right where you're at. We will be right back after a couple of commercial breaks. Bad conditions for us tomorrow.
Plus, we're seeing snow too. Check out this video. You see flakes sticking to the ground in front of this Greensboro home. Happening right now at 11, a dangerous winter storm arrives in the Triad, dropping sleet and now freezing rain as temperatures plunge.
It's expected to continue for upwards of 24 more hours. And as our temperatures stay below freezing, it's a recipe for disaster in many ways. Good evening, I'm Chad Silber.
And I'm Ben Briscoe. Our team is out and about across the Triad so you can stay in and stay safe.
We will be here with you through it all until this storm clears and we're able to get back to normal. Tonight, we are live across 3 counties. Nixon Norman is in Guilford, Bryce Parker is in Alamance, and Lauren Tier is in Forsyth. But first, Chief Meteorologist Tim Buckley has an update on the radar.
Thanks, guys. And, you know, if you were to just kind of step outside right now, you might say, well, this is not so bad. You know, we can handle this if this is all that it is. I will tell you there are a couple reasons I'm concerned. As Chad was alluding to, I didn't think that we would be mixing in with freezing rain already or already be having a bit of an icy glaze. Now, it is going back and forth. Right now, it's sleeting. 10 minutes ago, it was lightly freezing rain. And so this might go back and forth just like that throughout the rest of the night. But we already have a little bit of a coating on things, and that's only going to add up a little more. Look at how cold we are now. Now it's 15. It got even colder than it was. So that is not a good sign either, obviously. Although sometimes when it's colder, you can freeze up those water droplets a little better. So either way, we're in for bad impacts. There's just a degree of bad is all that can be debated at this point. We are still expecting over ½ an inch of ice in parts of our area. That always leads to serious problems. And in fact, this might need to be expanded as we go into tomorrow and watch the current conditions. We're expecting this to continue for a while. Sleet mixing with freezing rain by the time you're waking up tomorrow morning. Power outages will become a problem. That is likely to start sometime late tomorrow morning, tomorrow afternoon, and tomorrow evening. It will wrap up by around 7 o'clock tomorrow, but we've got a long way to go before then in our winter storm here in the Triad.
Tim, thank you. Tonight we are monitoring conditions across our area from what's falling now to what we can expect to see overnight and into the morning. Starting in Guilford County, WFMY News 2's Nixon Norman is in Greensboro, where conditions on the interstate are getting a bit dicey, Nixon.
Oh yes, dicey it is, Chad. Now we've talked about sleet, we've talked about freezing rain. Chief Meteorologist Tim Buckley just clarified that it is in fact sleet that's going on right now. It's very hard to show you just on camera, me talking to you right now, but my photographer and I, we have found a way to show you what's actually going on and what's falling out of the sky right now. He's gonna zoom in and you'll be able to see those droplets coming from the sky. That is what is landing on the roadways and causing havoc for those who are out driving. Now, during our time here, we've probably been here for going on 2 hours. We've not seen any crazy sliding. We've not seen any wrecks, but we've seen people take it very slow. We've seen people drive past with their hazards on. We've seen well over a dozen salt and brine trucks making their way onto I-40, where we've been for 2 hours now, just trying to make things better. There are some brave souls still taking to the roads, hopefully to get to where they're going to stay for the night. But let me tell you, if it was up to me to get out on the road tonight, I would not be doing so. And if I had to, please take it slow. Like I said, that sleet falling from the sky, that's just going on the ground. It has to have somewhere to land, and that could cause some bad driving. Live here off I-40, very cold. I'm Nixon Norman, WFMY News 2.
Nixon, thank you. And depending on where you live, your county might have an easy way to get weather alerts. Guilford, Alamance, Randolph, and Forsyth counties all have alert systems that'll send important information and updates on the storm. For those in Guilford County, you can sign up for alerts on readyguilford.org. It's called Genie. If you're in Alamance County, search ACE Alerts. Those in Randolph County can sign up for React on randolphcountync.gov. Code Red is only available to county residents living outside of Winston-Salem. Those in Winston should sign up for Smart 911. You can find both of those on forsyth.cc.
About 20 minutes ago, Alamance County EMS told us that there was no weather-related issues in the county, but our Bryce Parker is there where conditions are changing fast and getting worse.
Yeah, conditions are changing fast and getting worse here in downtown Burlington. We've seen sleet, we've seen snow flurries, then go to sleet, and then now, as you can see right now, it is freezing rain. Good thing is, we haven't seen a lot of drivers out here, maybe a couple, but we have heard a couple of spinning tires, people who are sliding just a little bit trying to brake. So this is not the type of condition that you want to be on. I'm going to step aside really quick so we can show you the road conditions here in downtown Burlington. So if you can see on the road, it's a little bit hard to see, which is kind of a bad thing because when we're talking about ice, you want to see it coming, but it's really just everywhere. It's covering the sidewalks, it's covering the roads, everything is slick, everything is wet right now. Earlier we saw people going in and out of a shopping center that had a Walmart, a truck supply, and a Dollar Tree, just trying to get those last minute supplies in anticipation for what we're seeing on these roads, because right now you do not want to be out here. Conditions are probably going to get worse throughout tomorrow, so have everything you need. You want to be exactly where you need to be going on to this storm. So we're going to continue to give you these conditions out here in Alamance County. Again, right now it is currently freezing rain. It's coming down pretty steadily. It might get worse throughout the night, but as always, we will keep you updated right here on WFMY News 2. Live in downtown Burlington, Bryce Parker, WFMY News 2.
Bryce, thank you. When it comes to power outages, they're actually minimal right now. There's a cluster of 80 outages in Greensboro and about 20 in Winston-Salem. We expect this number to skyrocket as freezing rain sets in and weighs down power lines and trees. Remember, we've got nearly a full day of precipitation ahead of us.
In case the power goes out for a long period of time, you want to be ready. Tonight, find your flashlight, candles, a stash of extra batteries. Also, right now, make sure your phone is plugged in and charging.
As we monitor conditions across the area, we're headed now to Forsyth County. WFMY News 2's Lauren Tier is in Winston-Salem, where she's seeing some freezing occurring already.
Well, it is bitterly cold out here, but dare I say kind of a pretty sight. At this point, we're getting some very tiny snow flurries, it looks like. It's almost like some glitter is flying through the air. Of course, I would think that. I love glitter. But it's not freezing rain as of right now. It might have been a little bit earlier. Still, it is sticking to some things. It's sticking to sidewalks. It's even sticking to our camera equipment. And of course, for utility crews, the big concern happens when it starts sticking to power lines and tree branches. Here in Winston-Salem, there are several staged areas of these utility trucks ready to go to address any of those power outages if and when they happen. There are about 100 trucks stationed at the fairgrounds, and earlier this evening, linemen were prepping those trucks, filling up their tanks, covering certain equipment with tarps. Some of their crews are actually here to serve the Piedmont Triad from as far away as Canada. Yeah, so we're not equipped in the same way that Canada is, but we're certainly grateful that those linemen were able to make the trek down here. As far as the road conditions go at this point, I can see some snow sticking on the ground, but I don't see much ice. Still, the roads have been relatively quiet, which is probably a good thing. We spoke to some downtown Winston-Salem police who said they think it's been pretty quiet because people are actually listening to the warnings to avoid driving, which we also think is probably the best idea. Now, as this freezing weather continues to roll in and this precipitation continues to come down, we will still be here in downtown Winston-Salem giving you all the updates we can. Live in Winston-Salem, Lauren Tier, WFMY News 2.
Lauren, thank you. Our weather team has been warning all of us for days the risk for freezing rain and black ice are one of the biggest concerns. Meteorologist Alex Williams is here to break down the risk and the chances of it happening.
Yeah, first of all, Chad, I want to take us on a quick tour of some temperatures. So you can see the teens here. We're talking 15, 16, 18 degrees. Very, very cold air across Guilford County, Forsyth County, up towards, say, Rockingham County, into the teens as well. So we're all dealing with this very, very cold Arctic air mass being pumped in by that high pressure across much of the northeast and even into the mountains, even colder. Sparta there around 10. So what is black ice? It's very simply put ice that's on top of a black asphalt. And so we're talking puddles and moisture. That happens. It's already happened tonight with that quick burst of sleet that we got. Temperatures then drop below freezing. We're extra achieving that tonight in the teens. And so you start to get this dark and very thin sheet of ice. Sometimes it's thicker in other areas, but what happens is it decreases your traction between your tires and between what you're trying to drive on, which is the road. Very dangerous. Stay safe out there.
Speaking of ice, this post from Greensboro sums up how a lot of us feel. They write, heard it was snowing in Greensboro, ran to capture the beauty. It's been 15 minutes and nothing but ice. This is gross. We want that snow back. We also have this from Cheryl in Greensboro who says, the sidewalk and the street now completely white. It's getting treacherous out there. And I want to show you the power of this storm. We're still in the early phases of it, but this is what was left behind in Arkansas earlier today. You can see one lane of the highway totally unpassable. The other one has lots of stranded cars over there. Even an ambulance got stuck in all of this earlier today. So if you have to go out and drive, I know some people still have to get out. Emergency management has this important tip for you. If you do begin to slide, take your foot off the gas. You want to turn the steering wheel in the direction of the slide and do not push the brakes. That could cause you to lose control even more. Also, I've been getting a lot of questions tonight about where are the monks in all of this? Those Buddhist monks on their walk for peace that went through Greensboro recently. Well, they are over in Raleigh right now, hunkering down for the night, but they do plan to continue their walk tomorrow, even in the snow and ice, saying it might be cold outside, but they warmly welcome anyone who wants to walk along with them. And of course, our team is here to ride out this storm with you. The best way to stay up to date is over on WFMY Plus. We've been there all day long. We're going to be there all night long and throughout the rest of the week.
And when we come back, we will take a look at other areas of the country dealing with this same weather system, plus an update on conditions and the radar. Stay with us.
Take a live look at downtown Winston-Salem. Well, right now it appears pretty normal, but Forsyth County Sheriff Bobby Kimbrough says it is so cold out there that even your windshield wipers are going to have trouble.
We are the latest stop in a day full of snow, sleet, and freezing rain, along with frigid temperatures for much of the nation. This storm is so huge it reaches across 2/3 of the country.
Today it dropped snow and rain in multiple southern states at a time, stretching from Dallas to Louisville to Nashville and even New Orleans all at once. Taking a live look at this storm from space, you really get an insight of how big it actually is. Those clouds stretch from Kansas to North Carolina. They're almost too thick to see the city lights shine through.
Right now, more than 200 million people are under winter storm warnings across the country from this system. It's pushing over 35 different states and traveling more than 2,000 miles since it formed earlier this week. More than a dozen states, including ours, are under a state of emergency tonight as the impacts from this storm are just beginning. Tim, no doubt this storm will create problems for days.
Yeah, it will, and it could be our worst ice storm in about 20 years, Chad. You know, we had that big one in 2014 that was pretty small, but back in 2002, that affected a big chunk of the state. And I think that might be kind of sort of where we're going with this heading into tomorrow. So buckle up. This is one of those things. We've got a weather impact alert all the way through Tuesday morning. You know, we've told you about this all week. Icy travel, power outages, close to 5 degrees Tuesday morning. And there's just no way around it. So what do we do at this point is just to track it for you and kind of hope for the best out there. I know that's a lot of time for an impact alert. So why are we doing it all those different days? There's a different reason for each of them. For now, it's the roads getting slick. Tomorrow, that's the big day that we are nervous about. With the icy roads, yes, but also the power outage risk. Then on Monday, the roads will be icy and it'll also be a little windy out there. And then on Tuesday, well, our low temperatures get even colder, down to the 5 to 10 degree range. Latest radar right now showing a mix of bag of sleet and freezing rain together. That's not what we wanted to see. I thought it would be all sleet at this point in the game, but it really is a mix at the moment. And so we're seeing some of that glazing. Now, farther back out to our west, there's actually plain old rain falling in Alabama. We're not going to get our hands in on that. This is a live look at Nashville, Tennessee, where they had a burst of snow. That's Broadway. And then they have the sleet and freezing rain like we're dealing with right now. But if you also looked at that carefully, it's a Saturday night in Nashville and the roads are empty. That's not normal at all. Take a look, all that pink on the map, as we were telling you at the top, that's about a 2,000 mile spread of winter storm warnings. Now, I'll be honest with you here. I think that our map might need to be adjusted a little bit overnight. We might need to add that half-inch plus category to most of our area based on what we're already seeing outside. Again, hope for the best with this, but it's not looking good so far based on how we're already accumulating some ice. Winter weather impacts, yeah, they're in that high to extreme category for ice, for travel, for power, and probably for a couple of days too when it comes to those impacts. One more look at the radar. Again, ignore the snow coloration. It doesn't know exactly what's falling. That's what I'm here for, is to tell you all about that. There's your future cast going into tomorrow morning. We're seeing more transitioning toward freezing rain. Even through lunchtime, it's still coming down, and it will continue to do that tomorrow afternoon. I do think we have a shutoff that's pretty quick, around 5, 6, 7, and 8 o'clock tomorrow from west to east. But again, buckle up. It's going to be a bumpy ride heading into tomorrow. We could see tree damage, power damage. Hope for the best here, but it is not looking great across our area. Be safe. Again, hang out at home, charge up the devices, all of those tips we've been giving you. That should serve you as well as can be expected. But this is going to be a tough go, not just for the next couple of days, but probably for the next week.
With snow, sleet, and freezing rain in the forecast this weekend, authorities are urging you to please stay off the roadway. I'm WFMY News 2's Julie Luck. If you do have to head out, keep this in mind. Stopping distances on ice can be up to 10 times longer than on dry pavement, transforming a short 60 to 100 foot stop at 35 miles an hour into over 600 feet. This huge difference is caused by the reduction in friction or traction between the tires and the icy surface. Remember the 10 times rule. Experts advise leaving up to 10 times the normal recommended gap between you and the car in front of you when it's icy.
So right now, the big concern is the roadways being icy. As we get more freezing rain, it's going to switch towards power outages too. Taking a live look at the outage map right now, this looks like a normal Saturday night, just a few hundred across our region. But Duke Energy knows that these power outages are coming, and they have a lot of crews here prepared. Across the Carolinas, they've got 18,000 linemen and tree workers ready to go at a moment's notice, including these pictures from Four Seasons Town Center in Greensboro, where they got 400 trucks all lined up over there ready to go. Also, earlier in the week to help prepare for this, Duke Energy gave $100,000 to the Red Cross to help be able to set up some shelters in case the power goes out. That money is to buy things like blankets, a generator, all to keep you warm if you need to. Speaking of keeping warm, right now you're probably using a space heater in your house. Make sure you're giving that thing at least 3 feet in all directions because it can catch fire quicker than you think, and that is one of the biggest ways that people get injured in these winter storms. Coming up, we have our crews all across the Triad. We're going to check back in to see how these conditions keep changing.
We are on top of a winter storm that's already leaving its mark on everything around us.
And temperatures are still falling, dropping below freezing tonight, which means all of it is about to turn to solid ice by morning.
Yeah, let's get to Alex Williams for more on what we can expect on the roads tomorrow morning, Alex.
Yeah, guys, not good things, that's for sure. There's a look at our current traffic map. Anything in pink, that is going to indicate icy conditions with maybe a little bit of some sleety conditions, we'll call it that. And we are seeing not really any incidents here being reported across the immediate Triad, but outside of the Triad, yeah, there's a couple of things going on. There's actually a road blockage up towards Roxborough thanks to a weather event. Not sure exactly what that means. And then there's actually a closure towards Statesville. No traffic allowed due to a sinkhole on Center Street, both ways between Court Street and Sharp Street there. And then further to the north, actually a road closed due to flooding in the mountains. Kind of interesting there. And it has definitely been a very impactful night across the Triad as we've seen those patches of freezing drizzle. The conditions on the roads will only continue to get worse as we go into tomorrow.
Alex, thank you. Our team is on top of road conditions across the Triad. Lauren Tier is in Forsyth County. Bryce Parker is in Alamance County. But first, Nixon Norman has an update from Guilford County.
Chad, this might be one of my more fun updates of the night. This is what has gone on the roads here in Guilford County for the last, I would say, 15 minutes. We've seen sleet. We've seen freezing rain. Now it looks like there's some sort of snow that is actually dusting the streets here in the city of Greensboro in Guilford County. It is still dangerous out there, so do not go out. If you have to, take it slow. But I'm glad I saw my first bit of snow just here tonight. Live off I-40, I'm Nixon Norman, WFMY News 2.
Nixon, thank you. WFMY News 2's Lauren Tier is in Forsyth County with an update on conditions there.
That's right, Chad, and I am smiling because I too can see snow. It's not the packing kind, but it is falling on the road. I want you to take a look at the road next to me. I'm on an overpass on 421. Roads are pretty quiet, but you can see there's some white dusting on the road here. Can't really tell if it's icy per se, but definitely probably not the best conditions to be driving around. And of course, Sheriff Bobby Kimbrough of Forsyth County is also asking people to stay off the roads at this point. So that's where we're at here in Forsyth County. Lauren Tier, WFMY News 2.
Okay, so Forsyth and Guilford.
Yeah, so we've seen the Forsyth and Guilford County situations there. We're going to go east now to Bryce Parker, who is in Alamance County with a check on conditions there.
Yeah, it seems right now we're getting a mixed bag of weather. At first, it was freezing rain when we first checked in. Now it seems to have turned back to sleet. We're going to look at the roads right now. So it almost seems as if there's like a blank sheet of ice on the roads, like you're going to a Gargoyles game or a Canes game out there. It is just icy out here. It's like a blank white sheet on the road. Please do not drive your car. It's not a Zamboni. It does not have skis on it. It does not have a snowboarding equipment on it. Please, 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 please stay home. Please stay off the roads. There's accidents when it's 70 degrees and hot. There might be accidents when it is in the 20s and teens and there's ice all over the roads. Live in downtown Burlington, Bryce Parker, WFMY News 2.
If you do have to get out and about, you're going to want to check out this website, drivenc.gov. It reports any accidents across our area and any roads that are having problems. Again, that's drivenc.gov. Okay, we saw snow falling. Will it stay that way in Guilford and Forsyth County? We'll check in with Tim Buckley right after the break.
we've given you a lot of information, and so it's best just to summarize here. Right now, we've already seen some icing and some accumulating stuff across the area. Some of that's been sleet, some of it's been freezing rain. All you need to know is it's slick out there. Tomorrow, that's the morning. And then as we go throughout the day, more of that icing is just going to continue. The way the forecast has gone so far does give us more concern, not less concern, about icing tomorrow. So if anything, I'm worried that we might be in that really serious icing category of half an inch or even more. Those are the type of events that you usually end up remembering for the rest of your life. So, we're not here to scare you, but it does look like a pretty bad day of weather going into tomorrow.
I mean, the fact that you were hoping that we would see the freezing rain start at late as noon tomorrow.
Yeah, and it's kind of going back and forth. Like, it's back to more of a sleet right now, so it might kind of come and go. But either way, hunker down as best you can, charge everything up, and that's the best advice.
Yeah, roads are only going to get worse as we go through the evening, so stay off the roads tomorrow.
And make sure to stay on WFMY Plus all night long. We're going to keep bringing you updates.
Thank you for joining us. Stay safe, and we will see you soon.